Go and throttle up. Discovery, go and throttle up. Discovery, go and throttle up.
Gary, you're getting a lot
Faster, faster, faster.
Wait a minute. I got an idea. I gotta be over here.
With 40 tons of rubber-like fuel at a rate of 6 tons per second, 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 of 6 tons per second.
Yes! Yes!
Go and throttle up.
Miji-sama! Ohayo! Gongon wa Miji-chan? Ho-ho! Nani? No? Alright, anyway. Hello. How is everybody? Everybody's good? It is a day of rocket launches. Nani? Kansai Drifto? Ah! Tessa, I already had my coffee brewed. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The Raptor didn't pop this time, did it? Many rockets, EJ-san. Oh. You fly back to the States in 2 weeks. Permanently, or
Discovery,
just,
go and throttle up.
you know, for funsies? Oh. Okay. I see they chose violence today. Nice shave. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Very professional. For a month of R&R. Nice. 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 Rockets and railroads? No, we just got rockets today. It's just rockets. So there's some big stuff. Oh, R&R. Yes, that is what that means. The FAA changed the programmatic environmental assessment date to May, and now it's back to April. You got to go to your high school reunion. You'll film Midge, yes. No, you should go. You should go around saying, "Oh yeah, I'm old Midge's sister." Yeah, that's what's going on. Yeah, that's what's happening. No, I'm just kidding. That's me. That's gonna be great. Oh, that'd be really funny. When's Rocket Lab? Here, let me just double check. Next space flight. We got 2 rocket launches today. We got a Starlink launch, and then we got the first recovery attempt from Rocket Lab here. They're about 2 hours. No, about an hour apart. No, it's not Capstone. It's there and back again. Yeah. Pretty good little mission. They're going to try to grab the stage with a helicopter. And we got a Starlink. I also have a high school reunion this year. Put it in stupid T-minus 0. Nice. Hey, Dead Crew, what's going on? So I figured, we'll work on the medium launch vehicle, we'll work on the MLV for Project Ares, and we'll go from there. Here, take a look. Boop. Details. There we go. 2127 UTC. Ah, crap. Hey Milo, what's going on? I bet yours is going to be a little bit more interesting. People are going to get confused, Midge. People going to get confused. You should bring like a freaking billy club or something just in case. I think people are going to get confused. People are going to get confused. You know what? That's just right. When the hell am I in high school? When was the last time I was in a high school? 2006. Did I not have my coffee yet, or was that 16 years ago? Did I not have coffee yet? Am I doing the math right? I have a friend going with you for protection. Yeah, you should probably do that. I graduated 95. Come at me, bro. Wow. That sucks. Does 2006 feel like 16 years ago? It doesn't feel like 16 years ago. I remember it. It's like right there. It's like there's 2006. It doesn't feel like 16 years ago. Like maybe 10 tops. Tops. Your friend is 6'6". All right, yeah, you'll be fine. Nice, duel. There you go. 2015 is like 7 years ago. 2015 was 7 years ago. I've been doing this professionally for that long? Your hair remembers 2006. Well, Midge, not all of us can have like a magic thing to fix our hair, alright? Jeez. Not everybody can be like you. That's not bad. Since I stopped wearing hats, it's better up in here. Not so much right there. Not so much right here. But here, definitely better. Definitely better. Hey, Blitzy. When you shaving the topper and getting a big beard, Sanchai, I'm not doing that just because there's some strange, weird, like, energy on the internet for every male streamer to have a beard and a shaved head, and I really don't like it. Yeah, I really don't like that. It's very strange. It's not copium at all. Do I? Oh, I'm sorry. Do I not have hair in the front of my head? Yeah, I know, Draco. It's very, very bizarre. It's very bizarre. I'm losing my hair and I look homeless enough. So what do I do when I have to shave your head? Bro. Just, you could be like Midge and do something about it. You could be like Midge and do something about it. I'll grow a beard with you. And don't take this the wrong way, but I think it'd look better on me than it would on you. Okay. I'm just saying. Just saying. Mitch, I just thought of that scene in Spaceballs. Who are you? I'm the bearded lady. What are you? One of the freaks? Oh, boy. Midge, bonus points if you do that for your high school reunion. That would be awesome. You'd be absolute legend status. How many guys we got on this ship anyhow? Yo! Alright. So, let me take a look here. 2127, that's 527. So we got a Starlink at 5:30. And then Electron is like right after that. Well, an hour after that. 2235, so it's 6:35. So we got... There is 3 rocket launches today, but the other rocket launch is Ngaro 1.2. And yeah, that's probably not getting streamed. Well, I'll try to work it in somehow. You legend. They're not. It's a caching issue with the webpage. The FAA is 100% delayed. Well, there's a surprise. This is my level of shock. Okay. There's also a Long March. Who? Surprise! Good afternoon. Looking forward to my first multiplayer race with you guys. Apologies in advance if I suck. It's Spa. Just have fun, dude. Like Badger here, and that goes for anybody that's gonna be new with us racing tonight. If anybody gives you any crap, you didn't get out of my way. Look, I'm inexperienced. Maybe if you tried teaching me instead of being a prick about it. Say stuff like that. They'll either get mad at you, or they'll be like, yeah, you're right. Yeah, Hellfish, yeah. Hey, Revs, what's going on? And Pembo, thank you for the 5 subs. 5 subs per second. Long March is doing a reverse SpaceX and launching from the barge. Yeah. Oh, racing tonight. We're playing... So, guys, this is a huge schedule today. It's a long one. We're going to start with KSP, and that's what I'm going to fire up right now. We'll work on the medium launch vehicle right now. MLV is just its name. That's the tentative name. I'm not gonna call it MLV, and then when I finally get ready to launch it, call it, you know, Mega Awesome Rocket or something like. Yeah, Mega Moon Rocket. All right. So then we got SpaceX at 5:30, Rocket Lab at 6:30. And then Space News, we'll probably start Space News pretty much at the normal time, right? And then, maybe a little bit later. It depends on how much we get done in KSP. And then we got Friday Night Racing. We got 1 hour Enduro at Spa-Francorchamps. It's a great track. You watched a video on the shuttle. I really want to ride one now. I need to go to bed after I finish cooking spaghetti.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Which racing game? Assetto Corsa? Alright, let's... Ready?
fuel at a rate of 6 tons per rate of 6 tons per second, 6 tons per second, 6 tons per second, 6 tons per second, 6 tons per second.
Yes. Now give me a clean ladder. Wait, I'm like 10 hours early for that one. And let's be real, it's probably not gonna happen. Anyway, let's go in here. 6 tons per second. 6 tons per second. 6 tons per second. 6 tons per second. All right.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Gary, you're getting a lot
Faster.
All right. That's my daily play for that. $186 flights in that one set. Yep. Gary, Midge, you're getting a lot faster. Midge gifted us up Team 48. There you go. I eat McDonald's at a weight gain of 6 tons per second. One of the books I got with a humble bundle is the CFD course. Very nice.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Midge. Don't do this. Don't do this. What's the new project for KSP? I'm working on a new launch vehicle. It's gonna take. Oh yeah, that's a great one right there. It's gonna take a lot of concepts from different rockets of the past that we've made and combine it into, well, one really nice, really capable vehicle. My new... Supercraft, you also... Yes, sub. So, this is going to center around... Alright, I gotta wake up. Hold on. Let's turn the music on and... Give me a second. Give me a second to rev up those fryers. Rev up those fryers! What are you doing, Step Midge? I'm assuming you're not in career mode.
Go at throttle up.
Not in this save, Grumpy. No. This is my testing save. We are in engineering mode. Wake up. Oh, shut up, you pillock. Oh, shut up, you bloody pillock. I'm not going to wake up. I just got out of bed. Bother. So what time you will be starting the Assetto Corsa race? Around 9 to 10 Eastern, Revs. What are you doing, Step Midge? Help me, Step Midge. My stream's stuck in the washing machine. I'm gonna stop. That's terrible. Badger, you paid off your camper van today, leaving in a few weeks to travel for the summer. So pumped. What type of camper van is it? How dare thee insult my great nation, you blasphemer! Come see the violence inherited in the streamer system. Help, help! My chat's oppressing me. Help! It's an 04 E350 I converted. Bird? 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 Bird! Guys, anybody that wants to come in and race, see what Stormcrasher said in chat? Ferd. Ferd, sure. Bird! I actually kind of want to see pictures. Is that messed up? Show me your camper van. Feigns ignorance of the joke. Assumes it has something to do with stepladders. I'm sorry to insult your ancestors, but I just need to say all pasta types taste the same, and it's all just the same material in different shapes. Do you say the same thing about bread? Yep. Grab Shark just got banned. And I didn't do that either. Wasn't me. Mercury is so dense an anvil floats in it. Cool. Yeah, don't touch that though. Yeah, you don't want to touch that, but also that's pretty neat. Oh, Grab Shark, in case you're not following, yeah, you probably should refollow because banning people unfollows now. Well, I mean, dude, okay, so like you're like, Grab, to be honest with you, you're not wrong, but also at the same time, it's like rice, dude. Pasta is just the thing that you put the good stuff on, right? Like, I don't know about you guys, man, but if you have spaghetti and meatballs, the spaghetti is good, but the meatballs are the best part. That's the part. That's where the sparo che il tuo amico se riprenda. That's where the good. Sorry about your friend. That's where the good part comes from. It's like rice, dude. It's like, say you're having some like sushi, right? Do you know when you're having sushi, do you taste the rice? No, you don't taste the rice. It's about the sushi. It's about what's inside. You like plain spaghetti? It's a Jake break now. Sorry, it's not a turbo. That's why I said spaghetti and red sauce. Yeah, the sauce is the key. Haven't you ever seen Goodfellas? I gotta tell Mikey, you gotta stir the sauce. And then I had to drive back, and then I went over to Jimmy's. I could already tell he didn't want him. Yeah, right. What are we building today in Kerbal? We are building the future, my friend. Rice is delicious. Take that back. Midge, I like rice and I like pasta. I got a whole cabinet full of spaghetti and ditalini and elbows. Okay? Got a whole cabinet full of that stuff. Look at me. There's this 15-year-old parking Cadillacs. Hey, you know, everybody out there is playing on the playground and I'm parking Cadillacs. Plain spaghetti with salt? Plain spaghetti with salt. Do you at least put like butter on it or something, or? Yeah, on this, me too. I had a stressful time, but it's good to be back watching your stream. Simpty, you're welcome. Welcome back. I hope you got through everything okay. Chili pasta? This guy fricks. This guy's in here the one that's doing all the frickin', right? Are SpaceX and Rocket Lab really launching simultaneously today? Rocket Lab... rewind 5 seconds. Rocket Lab and SpaceX's launches are about an hour apart, Vasia. Yeah, the rocketlaunch.live hasn't updated yet. Remember my boss from Boston? I told him I had a friend named Alfredo. And he goes, oh my god. He calls his wife, honey, Wheatley has a friend named Alfredo, like the pasta, yeah. Nice. Nice. But yeah. Rocket Lob. One of my favorite users is a series on dried pasta, and it's actually a good watch. Boston people. Today is Triple D, Dual Décollage Day. Yes. Alright, so we're working on... a new rocket here. So this is for my new mission architecture for mission mode. This is one of the 2 launch vehicles that I need for Project Ares. I'm just kind of, I gotta gain some momentum here today. I'm having a little trouble jump starting. You know what? You know what? You know what we should do? Here. 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 Oh, Satisfactory Update 6 video came out today, by the way. Here we go.
We have been given the scientific knowledge.
Headphone users. Headphone users.
To pursue the exploration of the universe.
To ignore.
To ignore these great resources would be a corruption of a God-given ability.
10, 9.
Headphone users, you've been warned.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running.
Go and throttle up.
What, Potzer? What? This is better than a cup of coffee. We can do the shuttle. We can do the shuttle.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Oh my. My favorite part right there. This part. Right here. Yeah! Fly! Let's go! Link pulls. You have been linked. I just like the beginning of the video. We have been given the scientific knowledge, the technical ability, and the materials to pursue the exploration of the universe. To ignore those great resources would be a corruption of a God-given ability. And following that right up, we're gonna do a little bit of this here. Actually, you know what? We should do this one. Yes, yes. Let's just
Discovery, go and throttle up.
over here.
T-minus 60
Smart man
seconds
said
and
that.
counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at the.
It's gonna get loud.
Discovery is now running off its 3
It's gonna get loud.
fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence.
That's
start.
right, Snow. I don't want to show the James Burke thing, Nordic, because I don't want the BBC up my tail.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15.
This is the part where it gets loud.
12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
How is that flying? How is that doing that? Still nuts. How is that even a thing? Oh, that's good. That's real good. Question, what is SRB fuel made from? So SRB fuel is kind of made like epoxy almost. You have to combine a couple of things, and there's a stabilizer, Penta. So I'm gonna throw at you a bunch of big words here. If you don't understand what they mean, just be like, "Oh yeah, I know what that is." Okay, so you basically when they cast the SRBs, they're combining hydroxyl terminated polybutadiene with ammonium perchlorate with an aluminum flake stabilizer. Yeah. The SRBs burn aluminum for fuel. Fun fact. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. It ends up being like verboten silly putty. For lack of a better word. Here, I'll show you real quick. Trust me, me get going on a little spiel about rockets here is gonna really that'll get me here we go. Check it out. There's some footage of it. Oh, aluminum. That's right. Yeah, aluminum. Excuse me. See, so yeah, they're working on the nozzle. There it is. That's it right there. It literally it's like resin. You have to combine ammonium perchlorate and hydroxyl terminated polybutadiene. You combine them together with aluminum flakes. There's aluminum powder in it. Similar to like how thermite has magnesium in it. Same idea. Aluminum is flammable. It's very flammable, actually. Any airplane that's caught on fire, you know, if you've ever seen a burnt out plane, you know how flammable aluminum is. It actually burns really well. So they put the insulation on the inside of the booster. This is the inside of the casings here. Oh, well, that's cool, Midge. I like that. It's aluminum. Yeah, see, there you go. They're casting it right there. See? And then they got to get all the crazy thing is that it's kind of like set in concrete. You have to vibrate the whole casing, right? To get all the air. You have to get the air bubbles out. Air bubbles in here are going to cause they can cause cavitation in the chamber. Yeah, that's a pocket of air is going to screw up the engine. They put this in a vibrator like concrete. Like, I'm sure you've seen guys like, if you guys ever watched a concrete pouring crew, there's a guy with something that looks like a floor polisher. What it's doing is it's vibrating the concrete to get all the air bubbles out of it. They have to do the same thing here. You don't want pockets of air in there. Yep. See, trying to get all the air bubbles out. That's the inhibitor right there. I forget why they put the inhibitor between the casing segments. I think it's so they don't catch on fire. I'm pretty sure, but I could be wrong. They're taking the fins out. That's the inverse. That is the casting. The inverse casting. And note that it has fins on it because they pack the grain in different segments in different ways. Probably, Dr. J. Yeah, there's an inhibitor there. Yeah, exactly. Yes, that, Tessa. Yeah, the buffer. See? There's fins in it. So, I'm just going to mention it because it always comes up anytime we talk about SRBs. This is the fuel right here. Okay? That's the fuel. This gray stuff, what you're looking at, that's the fuel. Note there's no air bubbles in it or anything. It's perfect, right? But it has these fins packed in the grain. Now, why? Why is that like that? Well, you can throttle an SRB. It's just pre-programmed, so to speak, manually programmed. The SRB, if you pack the grain in a different way, you're changing combustion chamber surface area. And if you change combustion chamber surface area, you get the booster will produce a different thrust curve. Oh, it looks like they paved over back there, Weed. It's grass in this picture. See that? But look, the markings, everything, the asphalt's the same. Isn't that crazy? Wheelchair compliant? Wookie, it's not. Yes, you're right, but it's not about being handy capable there. It's walking around in a spacesuit kind of sucks. It's kind of difficult to do. Hey, Tara, what's up, man? What's this doc called? Apollo 11? It was restored for the 50th anniversary of Apollo. It's a documentary by CNN Films. It's NASA footage. That's why I'm showing it. We can show it. It's all NASA footage. It's all NASA archival footage, but it's 70mm NASA archival footage, so... yeah. I had an Uber today. It was a guy named Eric. His girlfriend's name was Erica, and they had a baby, and the baby was EJ. That's weird. Creeper, I saw the Apollo 11 footage in IMAX at the IMAX Theater in Boston when it came out in 2020. Or was it 2019? 2019. So I Ubered you today. Nice. That blows my mind, dude. Same building, same everything. It's cool, man. All right. Now I'm good. Let's get. Let me make sure the sound's all equalized out here, so I don't turn the music back on. And all right. Project areas will be partially reusable or fully expendable. Partially reusable. So this is the very preliminary concept for Project Ares. Project Ares is going to have 2 launch vehicles, dudes. There's going to be a medium launch vehicle and a heavy launch vehicle. This is the MLV. The medium launch vehicle stakeholder requirements are basically be able to move a crew capsule and maybe a little bit more payload, just a little bit more if needed, into space. We're looking at 18 tons low Kerbin orbit out of the box. That's the payload right there. It will be Kerbal rated, meaning that the G loads will be lower for this type of vehicle. I do want a reusable, landable second stage that we can bring back to the launch pad and launch again. We will be developing a launch pad for this vehicle. Okay? This is basically a test file to flesh out kind of preliminary design. The other launch vehicle, the heavy lift vehicle, will be basically a bigger version of this. It could be with a 5-meter tank, or we might go full Neptune. I haven't figured that one out yet. For the older viewers, you know what I'm talking about with Neptune. 8-meter core diameter with a 10-meter fairing. We're going to go big with pads, with a regular rocket, because I'm fairly confident I can do it and not have the thing blow up on the pad 1,000 times before I get it to launch. So, this is the small one. We have a small one and a big one. The reason why I chose this type of mission architecture is because every NASA architecture that was implemented that had a small and a big launch vehicle seemed to work, or at least had a good idea on how stuff should work. Apollo is the use case example for that being a really good idea. The Saturn family of rockets. Saturn 1B, Saturn 5, Little Joe 2. That's the right idea. Constellation also seemed to implement this architecture, and it would have been really good had they have done it. I'm convinced. It would have been expensive, not gonna lie, but it would have been a good architecture. So I'm kind of basing my use case off of Apollo, because Project Ares' stated goal, is to get an end-to-end way of putting a Kerbal on the moon and bringing them back. That's where I'm going to start. I'm going to start with a baseline architecture, and then from there, depending on what we need to do, we can make different versions if we want. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not making Saturn rockets. These are my own designs. I'm not copying any design. I'm pretty sure that's what you guys want me to do. Make my own design, and your own Kerbalized thing, and it's not really based off of any one particular thing. People really seem to like that Freedom rocket flying back and landing, because that was my own design. Why reusable second stage and not first? If I said reusable second stage, I meant I didn't say that right. Expendable second stage, reusable first. I'm not doing reusable second stages out of the gates. Maybe later down the road. So, this is my medium launch vehicle concept. It's funny because my MLV is it's basically a heavy launch vehicle by Kerbal standards. But, you want to know the crazy part? The Saturn 1B, in its final version, right? The Saturn 1B in its final version was a heavy lifter by definition. It was a heavy launch vehicle. It was physically very heavy, and also, I mean, if you guys look at payload capacity here, 21,000. Actually, it's not a heavy lift vehicle. It's close. 21,000 kilograms to Leo. That's pretty much on par with an expendable Falcon 9, which is pretty damn good considering that the first stage is literally made out of leftover rocket parts. Yeah, if you didn't know about the Saturn 1B, the reason why it has all these tanks around it, it's because it's leftover they use leftover Jupiter C and Juno tooling from those missile programs. Because the Army Ballistic Missile Agency was rolled into NASA in 1958. They used leftover, they used the factories to make the tooling for the Saturn 1B. Yeah, it's leftover missile parts. True story. The engines, the H-1 engines, are Thor engines. They're Thor missile first stage engines. The Thor IRBM. Intermediate Range Ballistic Missile. They just took these tanks, made them longer, and made some of them for liquid oxygen and some of them for kerosene. Yeah. Crawler deployed? I haven't gotten that far yet, Doom. I'm not sure. Now, yeah, Tessa, with Stage 2, I'm not sure. I want to develop Stage 2 expendable out of the gates, but I was thinking more on orbit. More on orbit. He said more on. Use capability here, like aces. Or we could make something try to come back down like we could try to do something to make the second stage come back down like Terran R, or maybe even Starship. But I really don't want to copy anyone's design. That's the thing. I don't want to copy anybody. I want my own designs. You know, and also Terran R will be insane. This is another rocket that Relativity is working on. There's a person for scale. It is a fully reusable 3D printed rocket. Yeah. Relaunching the same cores without recovery was cool, but it took too long for turnaround. Doom, not this time. Not this time, no. This booster must have a 45-minute integration time. That is including reuse and recovery. Well, actually, probably not recovery. Recovery can be done separately. But all these boosters that I design here have to be able to be put together in 45 minutes. If they're not put together in 45 minutes, you're right. There's no point. There's no point because you're going to bore people to death. And 45, why did I pick 45 minutes? Well, I picked 45 minutes because what I can basically do while I'm putting the rocket together, I can explain what the mission is. That gives me ample time to explain what I'm doing and then actually go to launch the stupid thing. That does take into account leeway. I'm aiming for 45 minutes, but ideally I would want a half hour. And maximum in case something goes wrong, an hour. That's where I'm at. Recovery, not so much. These boosters I really want to be able to land like next to the pad, so I could just grab them and drag them right back over to the pad. And if I do that, I want it to be kind of like something that I can just pick it up and do it quick, like the Freedom rockets. Freedom rockets they took 10 minutes to put back on the pad. Actually, believe it or not, it took more time to take the second stages out and move the payload out into position than it did to put the first stage back on the pad. Now, that's because they landed on a runway. But, look, I've been playing Kerbal for 10 years, dude. If I can't get this stupid thing back to the launch pad where it came from, something's wrong. Something's wrong with my design. I want to be able to get this thing back, and I will. Terran R got bigger than that as well. It originally 5 meter, but now it's 5.4. Nice. What are these engines? Skipper engines. Yeah, Tessa, I wouldn't mind doing that, but once again, I'm still susceptible to my recovery rules. Parachutes are an imprecise landing, meaning I have to go and get the stupid thing. I wonder about a sort of high bay for integration, skipping the horizontal part and always having the vehicle vertical saves time. I could do that, Doom. We could do it. We could build it like Super Heavy and Starship and just have them never go horizontal. I wouldn't be against doing something like that, to be honest with you. I really wouldn't. Heck, maybe we could incorporate a vernier design and do something like what SpaceX proposed but never did. If you go back and look at, like... If you look at, like, the original SpaceX concepts, dude... yeah, here we go. If you look at old SpaceX concepts, they proposed an idea of incorporating a heat shield onto the front of their second stage like this. We could do something like this. Tessa was just saying something like that. I'm not sure how we would end up doing that, but it's possible. September 29, 2011. Using verniers to land it, highly throttleable verniers, or like something like Super Dracos. We could do that. That's doable in KSP. But once again, fellas, for second stage stuff, that's not a stakeholder requirement. That is a applications program thing. So what I've been really trying to do with this architecture is basically, the real easy way to say this is figure out exactly what I want to do and get a good baseline architecture. Now, Apollo had a good baseline architecture. The baseline architecture was get to the fricking moon, and I believe this nation should commit itself of sending a man to the moon and returning him safely to the Earth before this decade is out. That serves to organize and measure the best of our skills, because that challenge is one we are willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one we intend to win, and the others. That was a combination of like 3 speeches, but whatever. The applications program stuff is stuff that I would want to work on down the road. This is something that we can roll out later. So that seems to be the best way to implement architecture. Start with something, don't try to overcomplicate it in the beginning. Start with something simple, right? Saturn did that. They started with Little Joe 2, and they went all the way up to the Saturn V, and it got better and better over time. And then once the Saturn V started getting upgraded, right? They had a Block 2 variant of the Saturn V that started flying, I think it was in 1971. And that Block 2 version allowed them to stay on the moon for longer. They could get more consumables out there. They got the rovers out there. They got more payload, more science, etc., etc. We can uprate versions after the fact, and we can go from there. Like, so, long story short, some of these boosters will be expended initially. And all of my second stages will probably be expended initially out of the gates. But we can come up with better rocket designs over time, right? We can baseline it with Saturn 1. So like the baseline for Apollo ended up basically being SA-205 here and SA-501. These two right here. But they started with a bunch of different rockets here, and they worked their way up to their baseline, which is this, right? And then they kept going from there. It's the continuation of the old mission mode, Gorthon, but with new architecture. I'm amending some rules from prior mission mode. And basically the rules that are being amended is you guys don't get to make engineering decisions. You decide where I want to go. That was my mistake. So this is a continuation of the old one. Jeb is still dead. Trust me. How about a non-reusable stage for once? My second stages, I don't want any business trying to reuse those, at least for the initial goals of the program. And even the first stages on vehicles, for the first couple of test flights, I don't care about reusing them. These stages are designed to be simple. Another good version of iterative design with rockets. The Saturn rockets is probably the Bible of examples here. We needn't look no further than this one. Falcon 9, great example of iteration. Iterative rockets. You start with a baseline and then you go from there. They started with Falcon 9 1.0. We started with that thing. You know, Falcon 9 1.0 is a little baby rocket. That thing was about as big as Antares. Maybe a little bit bigger than Antares. And then it grew into Block 5, what it is now. And that's when they started incorporating reuse into it and stuff. That's when they started incorporating, you know, the drone ship landings. And then, you know, then it was Dragon 2 after that with, you know, a fully reusable, well, not a fully reusable, refurbishable capsule and stuff. The only thing that gets expended is the trunk in the second stage. But basically, SpaceX didn't start by making this. They started with a fully expendable rocket and left it fully expendable for a little while. I mean, the first Falcon 9 started flying in 2010. The first Falcon 9 wasn't reused until 2016. That's 6 years. So, what's that, Kem? Something that just works. Yeah, it just works. Your crane on Kerbal X was very useful for testing my Ares stage that I made. I have better designs for a crane, for a bridge crane core, but yeah, cool. You know the chopsticks that we made like a month ago, and those precision engineered bearings. I can make a better crane, dude. I can make a better one. Yeah, oh yeah, we can make a better crane. One that won't drift, at least if I can help it. When your late managers impact engineering, people die. Bingo. No committee design here for the engineering. Too bad the F-1A never flew. Yeah, well, never say never. Could still happen. But, see, like, they started implementing small upgrades. They started with aluminum grid fins and then switched to titanium, you know? That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. So, this thing is not going to be... It's not... This is just a baseline design here. This is not going to be reusable initially. Maybe I'll do second stage reuse down the road if I see fit. Rocket Lab. The Rocket Lab launch today is another good example of that, right? So, and the big rocket, the bigger version of this, whatever it may be, we're definitely not. I'm definitely not going to reuse that out of the gates. I don't know if I can. I'll try. But yeah, I'm going to keep kind of dialing in this vehicle, and we're going to come up with a baseline. That's the other thing to show. Rockets go through a lot of iterative design. The best way is to go through iterative design, kind of like what SpaceX is doing, until you get to your baseline. So we're gonna screw around with this today. This is a good start right here, but I think we can. Let's start dialing it in. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get a subassembly here. I'm gonna take this and basically save it as a subassembly, and we'll keep working with the craft file here. So. Project Ares MLV parts. So I'm going to take this and we'll sub-assemble it. Hang on one second. You have to have an attachment point to sub-assemble. If you don't have an open attach, it won't sub-assemble for you. So this is PA MLV Delta V base line. Early MLV concept demonstrating DV baseline numbers. So this is what I use to kind of get good delta V numbers here, fellas. But now we're going to iterate a little bit. I'm just going to save the versions as sub-assemblies this time so I don't clog up my save with any more craft files than I already have. So if we take that, we get the baseline right there, and that gives us exactly what we're looking for. All right, so get out of that. Save this. And now let's start honing parts. So, hey Elvis, what's going on? Falcon 1.0 was the baseline, Rocket Man. And then it went to 1.1. And then it went to 1.2. And then it went to 1.2 full thrust block 1. And then it went to 1.2 full thrust block 2. Block 3, block 4, block 5. But nobody likes saying Falcon 9 1.2 full thrust block 5. So you just say block 5. And then they froze the architecture from there. They didn't change any hardware things from when they started flying Block 5 Rocket Man. No big changes in the design of the vehicle. From Block 5, that's where they baselined it. Block 5 first flew in 2018 on the Bangabandhu mission, 8 years after Falcon 9 started flying. That was their not final concept, but that was the one that was the point where they got Falcon 9 to where they really wanted it. It was perfect. It is. It's a really... Falcon's an insanely good launch vehicle. Full thrust was when they started using densified propellants. Bingo. And then, basically, all the Falcon 9 upgrades from 2018 until now have just been stuff to make it easier to reuse. Just really small, little iterative things to help change, like, process optimization and whatnot. You ain't gonna believe this. Remember when I saw the Super Duty the other day? Well, today I saw an F-250. Really, midget? Was it like my F-250? Because if you saw an F-250, was it an F-250 Super Duty? Because every Ford truck since 1998 has been a Super Duty. That's above a 150 has been a Super Duty. So it's a Super Duty 250, Super Duty 350, 450, etc., etc. That's cool, man. Just wait until the Artemis launch, yeah, right? The Bunga Bunga mission, yep. Alright, so, first thing I'll do is design a payload attachment fitting up here. Okay. He said Super Duty. Alright, so, like the Freedom rockets, I'm not going to do... we don't have to do encapsulation. That's really just kind of a waste. That would be a waste of time. He said duty. Alright, let's go here like this. And we need to come up with an attachment fitting here. Let me think. We can use Kraken Tech SVI here. And I think that's what we should do. So, I'm going to take a page. Alright, I need sight lines here. I'm going to use a page that, or I'm going to use a build method here that I really like to do. They're basically strut rulers, and they're really good for sculpting fairings. So see how the strut is right here? If you try to select the center of the strut, it's not selectable. They're very good if you want to make like a sight line or a ruler or whatever. So I'm going to put that all the way out here. And what I want to do is move this down here like this. And I'm going to start right here with a forward skirt from my second stage. The forward skirt is basically the front bulkhead on the second stage. It's funny because there's one modeled right there. See this little rim around the tank? But I need to make my own because I want to be able to integrate these payloads. What are the ore containers for? Mass simulators, Nick? Those are there to simulate all the extra components. I do want the first stage on this thing to have the Delta V requirements to be able to come back and land. We won't necessarily land one, but all this is the extra stuff that would be on the first stage. So like aero surfaces, landing legs, integration equipment, etc., etc. That's what these mass simulators are for, and that's what that mass simulator was for. Remember, when I was doing this, I was trying to get the Delta V numbers approximate. This should have what I'm looking for. So what we're going to do here is something like this. Let me just make sure. Okay. So the bottom of that strut geometry right there is the outside of the tank. So let's build the fairing. Okay. Alright, cool. Alright, so now what I need... That's approximately what I want. So, now what I'm going to do is we're going to go into... it would be in decouplers. I need a 3.7 engine plate right here. And I do not want the decoupler stage. No force percentage here. Single attachment node. Short. I'm going to take that and we're going to attach it to the fairing. But I don't want anything attached to this engine plate. I'll tell you why I'm putting this engine plate here in a second. What I want is these attachment nodes for the plate covered up. I don't want to accidentally attach something to the decoupler thing right there. Right? See what I'm talking about? We don't want that. So I'm just going to take 2 nose cones, right? And we're just going to put them right here and right here. Because I don't want this to be... I don't want to accidentally snap something to it. And now, what we're going to do is edit the fairing. And we're going to close it on this. Now, why did I do that? Well, you can make hollow fairings in this game. You can make a hollow fairing. It's totally doable. The way to do it is to take a fairing and close it on something like this, and then if I move this back here into this position like that, then the fairing is hollow. That means Kerbals could walk around in here, and then they could glide on the inside of the fairing. It's a real good way to make what's called a forward skirt, or just an aft skirt on your rocket. If we go to images.nasa.gov, we go to SLS test article, just type that in here. You could see for these are SLS testing articles, you could see the forward skirt. Or, well, the aft skirt, I guess. When they were testing different rockets, they had these structural pieces attached to the front and back of the prototype hydrogen tank right here. See these structural pieces? These didn't end up on the final rocket, right? I mean, they did, but it ended up being the inner tank and the engine section, because that's the hydrogen tank. But these structural bulkheads... or these structural inner tanks, or inner stages, I should say. Well, I mean, like I said, the technical term is forward skirt. Those pieces are really good for, giving yourself space between stages. Yeah, see them right there? This is when they put the hydrogen tank on the dynamic load stand and then crushed it. Yeah, see, this would have been this is the back of the engine section. That's the aft skirt for the engine section. You know it's the engine section because there's 4 holes right there. See the 4 attachment points? That's for the 4 shuttle motors for the hydrogen. Now, SLS has an external downcomer, so the LOX line would be out here. So that is basically a prototype of the aft skirt for the hydrogen stage, and then that's a prototype of the inner tank. Is it the same with the shuttle ET test article? The external tank testing article didn't have, it didn't have these skirts on it, T-Man. It was just the inner tank. And that's the SLS inner tank test article, or ITA. It's a TIFF? What year is it? That's the intertank testing article. It goes from basically where that foam is to where that foam is. And this would be the bottom of the liquid oxygen tank. And this is the top of the hydrogen tank. So that's the hydrogen tank forward skirt right there. And the LOX tank aft skirt. And then the inner tank right here. Pretty cool, huh? You can make those. You can make the skirts in Kerbal. It's really, really super freaking useful. Now, what I'm going to do here, I'm going to take an I-beam and I'm going to make sure it's attached here. I got to change some things with this. See how we have that little cavity right there? I don't want that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to line the outside of this I-beam up with the end. I'm going to line this I-beam up with the end here. Yeah. Actually, we should probably use another side piece. Banana. Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? I just want a picture of a gosh dang hot dog. Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? So right there, that represents the point where we should start the fairing angle. I don't want that piece being there. So now what I'm going to do is, because this was absolute snapped, I want it like that. And we're going to edit the fairing. All right. So now, if we move this piece back, remember, this is how you make a hollow fairing. You got to close this thing on a piece, and then you clip that piece into the fairing. And whatever is ahead of that piece will be collidable. Whatever's behind it will be a hollow fairing. Whatever's behind it will not. Got to be careful with that. So now that because I put my sight lines in there, now we don't have a little gap there. Now what I'm going to do, we could make it look cool by doing something like that, and then take this inner tank right there, and then do that, and boom. Or take the fairing and move it back, and now we have an inner stage, or well, a forward skirt, right? We get some clipping right there. That's no problem, but this will be hollow now. Now I know what you're gonna ask. Why'd you do that? So, well, a couple of different reasons. One, I'm going to take this fairing and I'm going to set it to same vehicle interaction. The reason why I'm going to do that is because when we go to put payload on this thing, remember, so for the people that don't know, I build my rockets outside. I do not use that VAB that's right over there. I don't use that. I don't know if we can see it. It's over there. I don't use it. I have my own VAB. I'll show you past rockets here that I've used. I build my own integration facilities here. See? I made it out of SRBs. SRBs are great structural supports, and I build my own rockets. See? And then the buildings roll out of the way, and we go to launch the rocket. That's don't worry about that one. Don't worry about that one. Don't just see? So what did you say that ring is? It's in rocket nomenclature, that fairing that I made in KSP warns is representing what's called a forward skirt of a stage. Forward skirt. Yeah, see? And then I launch my own rockets, I fuel them up, I bring fuel trucks to the pad, and then we have a launch stand and we launch. This rocket is going to use a similar one. The MLV will use a similar integration mechanism. But I'm going to upgrade the crane. The crane has to be a little bit taller. Has to be a baller. And then like I use the flags in KSP. I have a number pack for the flags, and I put serial numbers on my stages. And then there's that. Oh, yep. See, integration facilities, payload changeout rooms. Man, that thing, dude. I can't engineer better than that damn thing. I'm really sad that thing didn't work, but that's okay. Yep, see, and then payload deployment. And then let's get back to the other things here. That was a mass simulator test article right there. Man, that SSTO program though. Yeah, see, there's me doing simulator test with the SSTO. We should have just put the SSTOs together this way. That would have been way easier. Yeah. The SSTOs were fun, man. I learned a lot. And I always do. Let's see. This is crew access gantry and stuff. Yep. See? Crew access room right there, rolling into position. It's a real life lesson to not let committee design your rockets, Wheat, but I said I would go at it with good faith, and I did. And I built something, I think, like, I'm not trying to brag, dude, but I think I'm pretty damn confident that I built one of the coolest things that I've ever made. I literally built Super Collins with its launch pad, and it's fully reusable. But there's just some load problems that I overlooked. We could make the SSTO work right now. But the problem is, the pad's 1,100 parts. The SSTO is 900 parts. The integration facilities for the SSTO is another 500 parts. And then I didn't even have the payload bay figured out for the SSTO yet. So the SSTO would end up being 1,000 parts. And then the launch pad would have been 1,000 parts. And then the payload rooms would have been 1,000 parts. I can make it work. Just like I could do shuttle integration. I'm confident that I could do it. It would just take forever. And then I'd spend all my time on the ground building rockets, which I don't mind doing. I really enjoy it, to be honest with you. But so that's the idea with these rockets is that I'm going to start with conventional rockets, and then we can do other things with them later. The idea with these type of rockets, because they're going to be vertically integrated with a crane, means that we really don't, the pad will never really go that high. It won't be as crazy as the SSTOs were. So I'm talking, instead of like 1,000 part pad, we're talking about maybe a 400 or 500 part pad, right? And then instead of a 1,000 part rocket, we're talking about like a 200 part rocket. Maybe 300 with all the reusability stuff, and then maybe 400 with the capsule on top of that. We're never going to really go over 1,000 parts. And the cool thing is that if I just make like a 5-meter core variant of this thing, if we make a 5-meter variant of this thing, it's the same part count. Go figure. I wanted to build a little ship in Stormwork, and 5 days later I got a rat's nest wiring diagrams on my desk, and I had to build a control panel to drive all this stuff and make all the systems. I blink and it's like hours and hours gone. Yep. Yeah, I know what you mean. Okay. So this is the forward skirt. Pretty good, right? Not bad. Now we have to make the fairing attachment point. See last. What's up, Novus? It's a piece that gives you a hollow volume to put various things like avionics, navigation units, purge lines, fuel ducts, basically the things that can't go inside the fuel tanks. Yep. Thanks, man. And in this particular case, it's going to house the coupling mechanism for when I go to integrate the fairing. But we learned some things the other day when we made the K97. You guys remember? Do you guys remember, or the K92 and the K29, the auto gyros? We learned that you can have same vessel collision with Kraken Tech parts. That's huge. That will really help me get alignment dowels in, and I'll be able to precision place this pretty much every time. Oh yeah, Core, that's a really good point. Guys, if you do decide to make open fairings in your designs, do not ever use the undo button, ever. Just get into a habit of saving all the time. Because if you hit undo, there's a glitch in Kerbal that will break the code that makes that fairing hollow, and it won't be hollow anymore. And then if you put something in here and you go to put your rocket on the launch pad, it'll blow up. Yep. It'll go right to your thighs. And then you'll blow up. What would happen if you didn't use the engine plate for your fairing cap? The fairing would not be hollow, Hellfish. I could use other 375 diameter parts. Any part that's 3.75 diameter, you can close. Anything that you can close the fairing on will make, and then if you move that part behind it, it'll make it hollow. You could use, yeah, I mean, dude, you could use anything. Yeah, Grumpy, I'm trying not to. I just like using the engine plates because they're nice parts, it gets you a good outer shape. I hate that that's clipping, to be honest with you. But I think that's just kind of how this all came together. I'll take the clipping as long as it's precision engineered. Yeah, you can close the fairing. You can close the fairing, so to speak, Hellfish. But yeah, that doesn't do anything. It'll still make the fairing, it won't make the fairing hollow, to my knowledge. What's the benefit of using that versus left click? An open fairing will not be hollow, someone. Unless someone can prove me otherwise. Maybe they changed something since the last time I played. I haven't really gotten too far deep into building anything precise in Kerbal since December. This is what makes the fairing hollow. You got to close it and then move the part back. And I know that that still works because we built the K92. You have to close the fairing on something. That's the only way for the game to understand that you're trying to make a hollow space right here. Alright, anyway. So let's go in here like this. And now what we need is an attachment piece. Oh, I screwed up here. Hold on. There's something wrong with the hierarchy. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal. I kept all my sight lines and stuff so we can remake it. Hey, Andrew. What's going on, man? Alright, so we need to get rid of that for a moment. And then, I don't want the engine... Engine plates, believe it or not, suck. They're, for whatever reason, they really aren't very good at being a structural piece. We learned that from the Freedom Program. Attaching stuff to the engine plate makes it kind of wobble around a little bit. I don't know why that happens. I really... can't explain that. You have to like strut these things in place. But then again, most engine sections on real rockets are really structurally reinforced anyway. But because I'm just using this as kind of a marker piece to keep the fairing open, I don't want it on the critical hierarchy path. Now, what's critical hierarchy path? Well, we have this fairing acting as our inner stage, or our forward skirt right here. And I'm going to need to attach a docking port to it. Because, once again, I build the rockets outside of the VAB. I build them on the pad with my own cranes that we engineered, right? And because we do that, I can't use a decoupler because the decoupler doesn't magnetize. You can't dock a decoupler together. So I have to use docking ports to hold stuff together. And then, you know, when we go to launch the rocket, we can stage the decouplers. That's the right way to do it. You could stage the decouplers and have the decoupler act as an explosive bolt in your staging. So, I want my payload fairing. I don't want it to be attached to this because it's far away from something that's really rock solid, right? This thing is not going to be used for structure. It's used to make the forward skirt, right? So because that's not really a structural piece, I would want my fairing, or my attachment point for the most part. I want my attachment point and docking piece where we dock the payload adapter, right? In the payload fairing. I want that to be close to the tank here. The reason why is because it makes it stronger. This is not a structural piece. It doesn't need to be in the structural path. That's like... that'd be like saying a car door needs to be part of the suspension. Understand? The car doors are there for people to get in and out. It's not part of the suspension on an automobile. If you incorporated the car door into the suspension design on a vehicle, it'd be a little weird. That would be a very strange looking vehicle. I'm sure on some planet that would be very impressive. But your weak link is, this is Earth. So, this docking port needs to be attached to that fairing right there. And then I'm going to move it out of the way. And now... I'm going to use the inner stage nodes right here. and I'm going to attach that to the interstage node instead. That means that this plate, the engine plate, is out of the structural path of the vehicle. The door is not part of the suspension. Understand? Nice, Panta. I like Robert Parker, Senshai. Alright, so now we're going to go back in here. I'm going to make the fairing, build it.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
There we go. Now that's perfectly straight. When's the Electron launch? 6:30. So we're about 4.5 hours out. Angry Pixel. The cool thing is that there's a Starlink launch before that. At around 5:30, we have Starlink going. So now we made our hollow area right there. We attached the fairing, so there shouldn't be any cavity there or anything. Nope. It blends. Will it blend? Absolutely. And now we move that back into position. We still got that clipping going on, but that's okay. We could cover that up with flags if we really want to. So now, see, this is where my payload will attach. And if you're wondering why I'm using a small docking port, I'll get into that in a little bit. This is where it will attach. And if I grandparent strut this, this one doesn't need any docking acquisition force. Set that to 0. If we grandparent strut this, because grandparent strut doesn't run an auto strut from the part to the part that it's attached to. It runs to the part of the part. So there, in hierarchies in 3D modeling and stuff, you have grandparent, parent, and child. The grandparent controls the parent because the grandparent is the parent's child. And then the parent has the child on top of that. So it's a hierarchy, right? The grandparent part will control whatever the other parts go. So right now, the tank is my grandparent part. That's also the root part. That's the first part that I place down. You're basically your master part. The master part right here moves. If I move the master part, everything else moves with it. So attached to the front of the tank is the fairing, and then attached to the fairing is the docking port. And then if I grandparent strut, it runs a strut from that docking port to this big freaking chunky tank. So I know it's going to be structurally sound now. I know that this is a strong design. That's what I mean by getting this out of the way. If I had, if we had fuel tank to fairing to engine plate to docking port attached to the engine plate, you're putting an extra part in there. And then grandparent strut on this would go to the fairing instead of the tank. You're leaving structure on the table there, considering because grandparent struts or auto strutters, the auto strut function doesn't add mass. So you get a free strut right there, and that keeps it nice and strong. Placing fairings with alt click does make open fairings. Today I learned. Really? Can you, Core, is it possible for you to show me a screenshot? I believe you. I just need video. I need something to show people, because I didn't know that. You could call it a datum, yeah. Now, me personally, I don't like leaving the fuel tank as a strut piece like this. I might make the docking port the master part here in this particular case for the second stage. But even if I make this the root part, if we reroute to here and make this a root part, the fuel tank, if I set that to grandparent strut, it will grandparent strut to the docking port. Does the alt click keep it open after reloading a scene though? That's what I would be checking, Thomas. Now, if we look here, there's a very good reason why I I did these sight lines the way that I did. Because they're set to an absolute snap. Now this will make it easier for us to make a this will make it easier for us to make the fairing part. So remember, we have this this fairing piece that's making up the forward skirt is set to same vessel interaction. Same vessel interaction means the hitboxes between two parts on the same vehicle will collide with each other. You got to be careful about using SVI. If you have too many parts with SVI enabled, your thing will crack in itself. Because parts will clip into other parts and they'll blow up. It'll go right to your thighs. And then you'll blow up. Venting from the tripod stand on McGregor. Raptor firing coming up. Cool. Alright, so I don't want to accidentally attach something to the fairing, so I'm going to shut off interstage nodes. Save my work. Then we're going to take a docking port right here. And I'm going to attach the docking port. Now, the node... Another important thing to understand, fellas. The node attachment point for the docking port. So if I take a docking port right here, right? And then I take another docking port right here. And we put them together, that looks right. But here's the thing. When two docking ports dock with each other. So if I had two small docking ports and we brought them together, like up in space or something, that's actually not the spot where they dock. When they dock together, the docking ports end up somewhere like this. See the overlap? It's like maybe a couple mil of overlap. Right? It doesn't dock in the same position. The node isn't in the same spot as the docking, as like when you dock. Like this is more of an advanced Kerbal thing, but there is super overlap with the ports right there when you dock them together. So be careful of that. What I always like to do is give myself a little extra play when I'm putting docking ports together. And I use the absolute function. If you hit 2, select your part, it'll bring up the gizmo, right? The manipulator. And then you hit F and you move it to absolute with grid snap on. Right? Like that. And then you move that up. And I always, see, that'll make it so you have a little bit of a space right there. You must leave the space. If you absolute snap the ports together, it leaves a little bit of space, right? That little bit of space will account for that overlap. If you incorporate that space into your design in the SPH, you'll know for a fact that it will dock together when you're up in space, or in my case, putting the vehicle together. I always leave that overlap. That'll make it so when we go to build this thing later, the docking ports will overlap a little bit, and it'll basically clamp the thing together, leaving that space. So I'm going to do it here. Then we got to go here and then leave it the space. It does that because of the collider. Pretty much, Core, yeah. And now when we go to put this thing together, you know, I know what people are going to ask. Well, why are you using small docking ports? Because they're more precise. Believe it or not, they're more precise. If you have a big docking port, you can get some overlap and stuff snaps together. These are small. They ensure precision. That's why I like them. And I'm very familiar with how they overlap and stuff. I actually did a whole freaking test. I spent a whole stream one time figuring out the relationship with how docking ports attach to each other. I called it the DPAS. I basically just had a craft file that had docking ports to just go up and down. Undock, redock, undock, redock, undock, redock, undock, redock, undock, redock. Yeah. It's docking port attachment system. Yeah. I still have that craft file in here somewhere. Yeah, there it is. I saw it. The DPAS. Look. The air brakes are to move these up and down. Keep in mind, this was before robotics were in the game. I literally just opened and closed and opened and closed and opened and closed and opened and closed docking ports all day just to see how they react to each other. And I used all the different types of docking ports in the game. And I noticed, that's when we noticed the overlap. That's how I figured it out, because I had two ports that were just node attached right here, and then I kept docking this port back and forth, and then I compared the two. It, in fact, does not line up. Now, this was from another thing over here, another project where we were trying to test twisty docking ports and seeing how those ended up working, but... Here in Fort Lauderdale, we have an air and sea show the next few days. Just had an F-35 Lightning fly over your house. It's cool. I love F-35s. I remember we, long time ago, like 5 years ago, no one could talk about the F-35 without a bunch of people getting all bent out of shape about it. And I really couldn't tell people like that I love the F-35. I think it's really cool. You know what changed my mind? I saw one fly around. I saw an F-35B fly around at the Miramar Air Show in 2019. Oh my goodness. Dude, that plane is on another level. It's kind of scary how good that plane is. I mean, the F-22 is... Yeah. The F-22 is the F-22, obviously, right? But the 35 is nuts. The 35 is kind of scary. It's kind of scary what that thing can do. I mean, you know, the funny thing is, you know, you like the F-22, you like the F-35. We don't have to choose. We can choose both of those things. What do you think of this? Rumored to be the next generation or NGAD 5th fighter. What is this? You got to be careful with posting links, Draco, just because I don't want people posting stupid stuff in here. Just ask for link permissions next time. With that being said, I know the war zone. I can click on it. Oh, that thing. Mysterious aircraft spotted at Area 51 and unprecedented satellite imagery. You guys really want me to tell you what that is? I'll be honest with you. Okay, sorry about that. No problem, dude. You didn't know. It's all good. Every stream is different, dude. How could you? It's all good, man. Don't worry about it. So... Fellas, as much as I want to say that this is like some crazy cool test article, this is some crazy next generation Aurora spaceplane stuff, you know what that looks like to me? It looks like a test article for the X-59. Like, I hate to be that guy, but if you look at the X-59 wrapped up, it looks exactly the same. Almost the exact same wing configuration, same type of nose. The tail is a little bit different, so it could be a test article or it could be some project that's based off of this, but it looks like the X-59. Look at it from the top. If you look at the X-59, if you look at how they transported it around, when they move it around, it doesn't have that long nose on it, and it doesn't have parts of the tail on it. This is when they recently moved it around to do some testing out in Texas. They wrapped it up like this, and they moved it. I mean, they said they shipped it to Texas. I have no idea where they shipped. This thing is being built at the Skunk Works, right? I have no idea where they ended up putting it. They put a bow on it, though. I mean, honestly, that just looks like a test article for the X-59. I could be wrong, though. I mean, I was looking at it and I'm like, oh man, that plane's really cool. That's an X-59. Okay. It could be something that's used to test certain components on the X-59. Now, I will say this. This thing doesn't have a tail on it, whatever the heck that is. It doesn't have this piece back here. But just because it doesn't have that tail piece back there doesn't mean that it's a different plane. It could be just, they could be testing a certain subassembly. Like, I hate to be a dick. Like, they test sub-assemblies of different aerospace vehicles literally all the time. Like, they take a piece of it and they use that piece, like this. They take a piece of a LOX tank, or they take a piece of the rocket and they test it by itself. Engines are tested by themselves with rockets all the time. Now, don't get me wrong. I have no idea what that is. I don't know what that is. I couldn't tell you. It could be some crazy freaking space plane, right? It could be some crazy freaking thing, but I want to believe, man. I want to believe it's some crazy, super awesome stealth last starfighter defend the frontier against Sur and the Kodan Armada type thing, but it's probably not. It's probably most likely a test piece. They do all kinds of aerodynamic testing out at Groom Lake, Area 51. In fact, Area 51 was made because of the SR-71. They were testing out at Edwards, and too many people came snooping around, so they added an auxiliary base to Edwards Air Force Base out in the middle of the Nevada testing range where nobody would see them. That's why Area 51 was made in the first place. It was made to test the A-12 and the SR-71. And what it did from there, I have no freaking clue, dude. That's way above my pay grade. That's way above my pay grade, man. I don't get paid by the government. I don't work for the government. It's a joke. It's legitimate salvage, cowboy. Yeah, you know who says that, Graph Shark? People that steal things. Oh, Core. Thank you very much. Alright, hang on. I'm gonna show it. No, Limprod, the U2 was tested at Edwards. Yeah. Okay. A filthy Martian would say that. What? Stealing things is stealing things, man. Look, man, all I'm saying, if there was a sunk destroyer or something and I somehow refloated it and said it's mine, I'm pretty sure somebody would have something to say about it. Like, oh, we found this Arleigh Burke destroyer. Oh, legitimate salvage. I'm pretty sure they'd be like, no. It didn't take. That's with a scene reload, right? Just make sure. Did you know that there are more airplanes in the ocean than submarines in the sky? How can our eyes be real if our eyes aren't real? Okay. Core, thank you for giving me a video. I appreciate it. I just need something, because the meta has been the meta for the longest time has been that doesn't work, but it clearly does now. Does this not look oddly similar? No, the angle, the not rake angle, the angle of the wing leading edge is completely different. Birds are just fish from the sky. Okay. That seems to work, Core. Now. Oh, very nice. Yeah, Thomas, it looks good. Well. Core, what do you think? Think I should go with this design? Think we should go with it? See, okay, let me tell you what I'm thinking. If I take this and remove it, and we make just a regular open fairing, right? If for whatever reason it like, I'm worried that, you know, I might end up doing something like through a sub-assembly or something. Like if I sub-assemble it, I mean, this stage is just a prototype right now, but it's eventually going to need its own craft file. It's going to go through several part reroutes, like rerouting a part somewhere else. It's going to get put on an integration truck. It's going to have to attach to a crane. It's going to have to attach to the rocket. There's a lot of steps involved here. How do I know for sure that one of those steps won't break the fairing, you know? I don't know. Maybe I should just go with what I know. I haven't been watching your KSP recently. What kind of launch vehicle you're making? Joe, I haven't been playing KSP lately, first of all. Yeah, I've been kind of just doing variety for a little while. Just to... Honestly, I got a little bit stressed out from playing KSP. I got a little bit stressed out from playing KSP last December. That SSTO project kind of killed me, dude. And just, like... Honestly, I could probably just keep going with the SSTO right now. But it was really the holidays, just too much holiday stuff happening and the world getting too crazy, etc., etc. Now, with that being said, you know, I started, hey, Urban Venture, thanks for the raid. I started working on a new project here, and I don't necessarily want to keep going with the SSTO. So what I'm trying to do here is build a new launch vehicle that's kind of my own design. This is one of 2 launch vehicles that I'm trying to build. A medium and a heavy-duty launch vehicle for my new mission architecture for mission mode. What is this thing going to be? Well, long story short, it's going to be my own design. I'm designing it. It's not really based off of any particular thing. I'm making a lifter that's really kind of optimized for KSP. Now, what is this lifter going to do? First stage, boost back and land, kind of like Falcon 9. Second stage, potential reuse, kind of like Aces. This would be like putting Vulcan's upper stage on Falcon 9. That's kind of what I'm going for. And now, on top here, I want it Kerbal rated. And I want it also to be a cargo vehicle. 18 tons to low Kerbal orbit payload capacity, with the ability to carry some type of crew-rated vehicle up here. I haven't designed the crew-rated vehicle yet, so I don't know. But anyway, Urban, I had to finish that thought because I wanted to make sure I told Joe what he needed to know. But yeah, anyway, Joe, it's good to see you. Urban, thank you very much for the raid. I do appreciate it, man. How is your Kerbaling going? The SSTO kind of mirrored real life. I know, Miles, didn't it? Strange. No worries. Right on, mate. I mean, the whole point of mission modes was to teach people the lessons of spaceflight. I think I may have done that a little too accurately. So I'm adapting the rules a little bit for mission mode 2. I'm just changing a couple of things. The one big thing, and I didn't really have it written down, but the one big thing is chat doesn't get to vote on engineering decisions. Engineering decisions should not be done by committee. You guys come up with what I should be doing, with what you want me to do. Go to the moon, go to Minmus, go to wherever, launch a probe somewhere, and then we do that. Then I handle the architecture. So this is me developing ground up architecture for new mission mode. People sad. Chat can't be trusted. Yeah, the SSTO, Glypto. I put the SSTO up on Kerbal X so people can use it for, like, put it out on the pad, fully fueled, hit spacebar and go. It is one of the most complicated and coolest vehicles that I've ever designed. Like, ever. But anyway, Urban, thank you very much. You're streaming Kerbal today. That's cool. Guys, Urban Venture's been hitting that on that Kerbal grind pretty hard lately. Go over and give him a follow. Trust me. You won't be disappointed. Anyway, going back to the fairing. Going back to this fairing, what do you think, Core? What do you think I should do? I know that this way works for integration from past endeavors. Should I keep going with this design, or should we try the open fairing? EJ, which happens first? Man on Mars or Avatar 2 gets released? Man on Mars. I don't know. Do what we know works. I think we should go with what we know, despite it being an extra 3 parts. That kind of sucks, but I think that's the right move, dudes. Thanks, that means a hell of a lot. Also, I've nailed those Falcon landing legs at booster landings. It just takes practice, Urban. Kerbal, you know what Kerbal taught me? And like, there's not that, some of the stuff that you learn in KSP, you know, can teach you about real life, but you know what that taught me? A human could land Falcon 9 with enough training. Like, if you put a seat at the top of Falcon 9, a human could land it. It's doable. You'd need an extremely deep throttleable engine, and don't get me wrong, a computer is infinitely more accurate, but it could be done, which is kind of crazy to me. That's like, well, that didn't see that coming. Any news on KSP2? They're releasing update videos once every couple of months. They released one the other day, which is pretty cool. Anyway, let's work on our payload fairing here. Yeah, I'm gonna go with what I know here, and then see, like the opposite thing with going with what we know here is that we're building a new launch vehicle, so we're gonna have to test everything with the process. We're gonna have to test the process here, right? Like, and if we test it, like if we're gonna go ahead and do all the testing here right now, now would be the time to change something like this. What's the downside of the old way? Extra parts, Owens? I mean, if we're implementing a new design, now would be the time to do something crazy like this, you know? I just need to measure something here. I use these strut rulers as calipers. They're basically sight lines for me to measure things. So, you know what? I'll try it. We'll try it. Let's do it. Let's do it. We'll see what happens. All right. Get rid of this. Like, let's see. Let's see if it does it. Who knows? Okay. Open fairings can delete themselves randomly if you undo or click through on accident. Would be supremely annoying to try and redo the open fairing after you built your pad. Pray we'll make backup files, and that happens with the way that I just did anyway. If you use the engine plate, like how I was saying, you use the engine plate that way, it'll still do it. Yeah, it'll still break it. So, it's nothing that's already not, you know, a thing that's annoying, you know?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Randy, go Starlink. That's right. All right, that's the length that I want the skirt to be at here. I gotta change some things here. How did you just open the fairing like that? I usually do a guide part. Left alt, left mouse button. That's what I'm talking about, Prey. Like, going with what you know versus, right? Like, you want to go with what you know, but if you find a new way to do something that could potentially optimize processes down the road, if you're already clean sheeting a design, it's better to do it right now. And I had chat test it for me just to be sure. Check this out. That's a left mouse, left alt button open fairing right there. Core Space tested this for me. I trust Core. Core's been watching for a very long time. I trust that this is real. Animal, EJ or chat, was SpaceX their first launch or Rocket Lab one? SpaceX's first, Rocket Lab is second, Animal. I think that's what you're saying. I've been undo redoing then deleting the guide parts since fairings came out. I've been doing something pretty dang similar to that, yeah. So, see the part? And I made sure there was a scene reload here, just to be sure. Have you seen that the Starship Tower at 39A has gone vertical? The Starship Tower at 39A has gone vertical. Andrew, can you show me a picture, please? What does that mean exactly? What do you... They started building it, yeah. They haven't started putting the catch arm segments on it, though, yet, I don't think. So, yeah, that's just with a straight open fairing, and it's glidable. But, once again, I'm not sure if any of my processes for integration or anything is going to break this down the road. But now would be the time to check. You know? Now would be that time. Now would be the time to do it if we're going to change it. So, I'll go with it. We'll do it. Left alt, left mouse button. There we go. Oh. Hang on. We learn something every day, I guess. Yeah, I was kind of skeptical too. And you know what? So was Core. Like, we were all like, really? It does that? Oh, alright. That looks... That looks like a forward skirt. Yeah, that looks way better without that part in place. I really hope that this works. Rocket Lab pushed to May 1st. You can remove Rocket Lab from the title. Launch is May 1st now. Oh, Sunday. Thanks, Pete. That's alright. Bremo's not going to be here anyway, so. Okay. Alright, so I'll save this. The programmatic environmental assessment has been pushed to the 31st. And in other news, water is wet. Oh, interesting tidbit of information. The FAA is working towards issuing the final programmatic assessment, PEA, for SpaceX Starship Super Heavy on May 31st, 2022. SpaceX made multiple changes to its application that require additional FAA analysis. The agency continues to review around 18,000 general public comments. The completion of the PEA will not guarantee the FAA will issue a launch license. SpaceX's application also must meet FAA safety, risk, and financial responsibility requirements. You know what the change is? Launching in Florida. Yeah. Yeah, no Z fighting this way too. Get link perms, Andrew. And then tag me with the link, dude. Alright, so, got a nice forward skirt. That looks really clean. Nope. Do you think NASA would catch this much flack from the FAA or environmental leads if they were a private company like SpaceX? That's like asking if a car was a boat, would it float in water? I don't know. Yeah? I don't know, Pop. Probably not, because the PEAs for the Cape were completed decades ago. We know exactly what rocket launches are going to do at the Cape because we've been launching rockets from the Cape for a very long time, you know? Okay, so we got our sight lines and everything. Let's just move these back into position here. Now, do we want to use a 375 fairing? A 375 fairing with same vessel collision seems to be the right move. Let me see what the collider looks like on this. Yeah, okay, it's pretty much the bottom. Alright, we need to move the attachment point forward a little bit. See, yeah, what I'm wondering though is like, this adapter piece, right? Should I make it... Trying to think what would be the best aerodynamics for the hierarchy here. Yeah, this would be the easiest way to make it, and it would be a little bit weird because it leaves the gray ring for the fairing, you know. Yeah, not the worst. The photos are tagged. Let me see, Andrew. Yeah, they've constructed the foundation for it, bud. It's getting there. That's, yeah, they've started construction on it. They're not going to start, trust me, that's just the base piece of it. It's not, that's just the foundation. That tower is going to be taller than the fixed service structure that Falcon 9 uses. It's going to be big, man. But yeah, it's not anything we didn't know, Andrew, but it's still cool, you know? Like, yeah. You see that picture that you showed me. SpaceX is building Starship's pad at the Cape. That's the changes to the programmatic assessment. SpaceX said, yeah, never mind, we're not doing any of that. Basically, SpaceX wanted to launch a lot more from Boca Chica and put like a fuel plant there and stuff, and then they said, never mind, we'll do that at the Cape because you guys are... I think... I'm not going to say it's because you guys are taking too long, but I'm pretty sure that might have something to do with it. Oh, my bad, first time out here. No problem. You were probably hyped on seeing it. It's all good, Andrew. What's the current problem with the build that you're trying to work out? Nothing really, Sile. I had some... this fairing, I'm not sure is going to work as a hollow fairing, but we'll figure it out. Did you take the tour like I said to do, Andrew? I mean, well, you have that picture, so I'm going to go ahead and guess yeah. I took the free bus out to the Saturn V, the only thing that was available. Yeah, I got you. Still cool. See how big that Saturn V is? Crazy, huh?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Sweet! Gifted a sub to Andrew. Thanks, man. Thanks, Wheat. Appreciate it. Alright, so... And Andrew, enjoy the sub, buddy. So I'm putting these struts in as a stabilizer component. Because, remember, this is going to hold this whole thing together. Yeah. And the docking ports, the docking ports aren't exactly going to hold stuff together, but they need to be reinforced because these docking ports, while precise, aren't really good for structure. So I'm incorporating some structure into the design here.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Racer converted from a prime sub to tier 1. Thanks, man. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. I'm interested to see how well this thing flies through the Kerbin atmosphere. Well, Grumpy, I usually make my rockets like this. If I'm going to make a new one, I usually take my time and I usually build it like this. I've been able to make rockets fly through the atmosphere like this, no problem. I've built plenty of rockets outside of the VAB and had them fly just fine. I'll show you. A lot of screenshots. I mean, I've built entire launch complexes outside of the VAB. See the fairing interstage right there on my Falcon 9 style rocket? Pretty crazy, huh? I built that. I built that rocket with this integration facility over here. What's AVP, Pray? I don't know what that is. Yeah, that was my Falcon 9 style rocket. This rocket will have something similar to that. Probably not exactly, but it'll be close. Astronomer's Visual Pack. Oh yeah? Can you show me a picture? AVP is pretty awesome. I know about, what was the other one? What's the one that has the rocket plumes that are nicer? Parallax, I think? That's Waterfall. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. You're my waterfall. Wait, sorry. Let me see, Thomas. All right. Okay, I need to see something here. So, the staging adapter here. What kind of space are we talking about for that thing? How's it going? It's going good, man. It's going good. Parallax is the mod that adds normal maps to the terrain. Oh, very nice. My next question is, when was the last time Waterfall, was corrupted by a new version of KSP? Like, when was the last time a save wasn't able to work by a newer version of KSP? Never? Not in a while? Okay, good to know. Interesting. Waterfall gives you realistic plumes. It works on the exhaust from the rocket engines. It makes them look pretty cherry. Better than real plumes? Waterfall doesn't do those kinds of things. Yeah, I know, because it's just visual K3. But I wouldn't know unless I asked. Okay, so the staging adapter here, this thing. I want to know how tall that conic section is on Saturn. Let's go into lunar module. Or no, not LEM sequence. No. I need some dimensions. Sick. What tour do you usually take? There's one that drives around 39A and stuff, Andrew. The LEM shroud. How big is this thing? I need to know how big that sucker is. Are you building the Saturn V? No, Linus. I'm trying to do some research here. This rocket's gonna be my own design, dude. Yeah, it's gonna be my own. I just need to know how big this thing. I'm wondering how big the LEM shroud is. Oh, here we go. I don't think they did that tour because of the launch. Yeah, that makes sense. Say about 350. Yeah, it adapts CSM diameter to stage diameter, to S4B diameter. So 6.6 to 3.9 to 6.6. So 12 foot 10 to 21.8. And it's 8.5. Okay, the height is what I'm looking for. 8.5. So let me just go into the calculator real quick. .6298. Okay. .6 meters to 8.2. So that's, what is that, 1,500 mil? Right? And Core, thank you for the link. That's 1.5 meters. And then the other one, I think, is 3 meters. If the other one's 3 meters, and I attach it right here, that height indicator should go to 9.7. And then if I lock it, yeah, 9.8. Okay, so that's 3 meter, and that's 1.5. So if I'm looking to make something that's 5.6, How could we get that? Let me put this here. That's 6 point, or now we're at 8.2. If I added 1.5, that would go back up there. So if I wanted this to be 2 meters, we'd take the halfway point, right? That's, well, that would be 1.5. No, that's not right. Right there, it would be 2 meter. Right there. Because 6.6 to 8.6. Okay. So, let me take this, put that there, take that stick right there, and add that. So that's 3 meters plus 2 meters, so we're at 5, right? And then we need a half meter here, so we need 600 mil. Right there. Okay. Okay. How much is an octag? I don't know. 300 mil. 300 mil tall. Give or take. I mean, we're not getting a full round there. It's around 300 mil, but yeah, not exact. That would be a scale difference to the LVSA. So let's just see something. Give me another sightline piece. I'm making rulers out of struts. I like doing that. It's like using rulers in Photoshop or in Maya or 3ds Max or Blender or whatever. I'm going to use that to get the angle here that we need. Now, where does the fairing build from? Okay, it builds from that edge right there. So we need... We need it to be like that. And that's not the right diameter. It needs to be more pointy. It has to be pointier. Oh, we're set to snap. Okay. So if we set that right there, hang on a minute. It's not, it's crooked. Yep, don't want to use that when it's crooked. We need to make sure it's straight. I did an operation on that thing and it didn't like it. There we go. Now I know it's perfectly straight. Okay, so now we have a sight line there. Good ruler. Oh. Or, you know, you could just let me build the whole thing. I'm wondering why it won't let me place the segment. Maybe this is too close. Let me just back it up. Did you watch Tim's new video? Is that the one with Elon in it? I haven't seen it yet. If it's come out in the past 3 hours, I haven't seen it, no. Hey RG, what's going on? Thanks for the raid, man. Como você está? Need to go? Alright, man. Obrigado. Ciao, fellow. Yeah, it looks like I can't place the cross section no matter what. I'm wondering why. Why won't it let me place that? Maybe if we move these out of the way? Build a small straight segment first. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay, I got you. So if we do that, that means this needs to go forward a little bit. See last. No, he posted one yesterday about how all the different engine cycles work. I haven't watched it. Probably isn't, like, I'm not trying to be a jerk, but it probably isn't anything that I don't already know. And I'll be honest, I'm still probably going to watch it. Were we just gonna put anything in this fairing, or is it just for show? Well, Papa Bear, actually, I was gonna explain exactly what I'm trying to do here. And once again, this is not final design. This is just me testing. Now, okay, so it's just me testing. So what does that mean? So, what I'm just kind of looking into right now is something that they did where you have commonality between your small and large launch vehicles. So, for instance, the Saturn 1B, see where the A is in USA? Actually, really, it's actually not that. It's, yeah, actually, you know what? It's right around here. It's basically right there. See that line? From there up is exactly the same as the Saturn V. From there up, bar like a couple of different things. There's some changes here. They optimized this one for low Earth orbit insertion, and this one is obviously optimized for translunar injection burns. And then they had a common... The Apollo CSM basically had a trunk like Dragon. It's pretty much the same thing. Same exact idea, unpressurized cargo hold, and that was on both rockets. And that made it... excuse me. That made it so you could launch the Saturn 1B kind of in any way you wanted. The Saturn 1B had a regular aluminum sheet fairing, right? And then they figured out later, if we just put a nose cone on top of this Apollo LEM shroud, you got a pretty good already made fairing, and you know it's going to work. You know it's going to take the aero loads because it's designed to have that and aero loads on top of it. So they just put a nose cone on top. Saturn 1B can launch in a cargo variant like this. And then they took that design to the next level when they made this over here. If you look at this nose cone right there from the Saturn 1B, right? It's the same nose cone just with a little bit of an extension for Skylab to hold the Apollo telescope mount and the Skylab docking adapter on the cargo variant of the Saturn V. There's a lot of part standardization. Part standardization between launch vehicles like this really, really brings the costs down in real life. Now, I want to do that just because, honestly, it's, you know, cost is whatever. Cost is cost in KSP, right? But, and I don't really get much benefit from like mass producing a part, but where that does translate into time, where that does translate, the benefits that translate into KSP is time saved. Because if I test this on a small launch vehicle, I know it's going to work on the big one. Does that make sense? It's irrelevant to the stream, but if you ever have to use a freight company, make sure you use the most reputable one you can, because the one my tool supplier used is impressively bad. Got it. What was the first rocket that put a payload on put payload in a fairing? I'm guessing the R7. R5. The Pobeda. Pobeda, yeah. Victory. Yeah. That was the precursor to Soyuz. Or not, well, not Soyuz. The Semyorka, the R7. That had a PLF on it. There was the Jupiter C. Jupiter C had a, well, actually Jupiter C didn't really have a, it had a little, guy on it. The Jupiter C is basically Redstone 2.0, which is basically the Aggregate 5 rocket. It didn't necessarily have a payload fairing though. There's Atlas Agena. Atlas Agena has that little tiny boy fairing at the top. That flew around the same time as the R5, give or take. And then there was the bumper. The bumper rocket, which is an A4, that had a little tiny payload fairing on it. So this was like right after World War II with the bumper rockets. It's basically, these are basically captured V2s, but they call them bumpers instead. That was the US version. It was a sounding rocket. That has a little tiny payload fairing at the very top on the upper stage. That probably, I guess, would be the first one. It is a V2, Potzer. The bumper rocket is... these are, like... And these V2s are actually V2s. Like, the bumper rockets were sounding rockets that they used. And the early bumper rockets were rockets that were manufactured in Germany. Yeah, you see? One of the first launches from the Cape right there. I think. Maybe it's that one. Yeah, first image taken of a rocket departing from Cape Canaveral was Bumper 8. Yeah, it is. Yeah, see? Look at how close they are. Isn't that crazy? Did Sputnik have a fairing? Yeah. Yeah, but these look, Bumper 8, guys, was in 1950. That's 7 years before Soyuz. Yeah. That's right around the time when the R5 was flying, give or take. The R5, actually, the R5 was a little bit before that. And before the R5, there was the R3. There was the Soviet R3. The R3 is also just... I mean, if you look at it, I'm not sure if we have any
Discovery,
examples of it lying around, or if the Soviets have any examples. The R3 is basically a stretched version of the V2. Same engine, same everything. Also, nice bike. Hey, human. And then there was the R1 rocket, which is what Korolev started with, which is just an A4. So what Korolev did first, he took the A4 and he stretched its design because that was the easiest engineering thing to do. Funny thing is von Braun, the guy that designed the rocket, did the same thing. But this shows you how smart Sergei Korolev was. He did the same exact thing without the chief designer of the rocket. That's how well he understood engineering. Like, I get it, he's Soviet, right? Like, oh, Soviet, it sucks, like, it's trendy to not like Russians. I get it. But that guy knew what he was doing. He knew what he was doing with a rocket. And it's not just trendy to not like rockets, especially if you're Ukrainian. That's not really what I meant by that. But you get the idea. Like, you don't like talking about Russian stuff. Sergei Korolev knew what he was doing. The funny thing is that he's from the Ukraine. I know. Interesting concept. So he's basically coming up with what von Braun was doing. He's doing the same thing without knowing what von Braun is doing. He's doing the same thing to the rocket that the guy that designed the damn thing was, and he didn't design it. You know how difficult that is? To look at something and be like, okay, this is the next logical engineering step, and literally come out with the exact same result as the guy that designed the thing in the first place came up with. It's pretty damn good. Right? And then, he went to the R3, which is a stretched version of it. Actually, that looks like it has a payload fairing on it as well. And then they went to the R5, which is a super elongated version of that thing. You could still see that this was aggregate inspired. It kind of looks like a redstone, right? And you can see that Korolev was just basically using these things to kind of try different ideas. And then he made his freaking masterpiece, which is the R7. The R7 is... Well, let's just go to the R7. He came up with that. The R7 is kind of the foundation for all Soyuz rockets. I mean, to go from a single stage with a payload fairing rocket with the R5's design, right? To go from this to a stage booster with a core stage, right? And then an upper stage on top of that. Like, this is what they were doing up until that point. Just stretching different rocket stages, right? And then he switched to a stage design. Look at the difference. See the difference here? It's insane. Like the iteration. It's not just iteration, it's elaboration on top of that. You don't go from this to that without knowing what you're doing, right? I missed it. It was on a page under the ICBM. Yeah, that's all right. Where is that picture on this website? Yeah, see? Look, he went from this in the 1950s, like 1951, 52, R1, R2, G2, G3, R3, R5, right? Which are just basically stretched redstone designs, or stretched A4 designs. They're not redstone. They share a common lineage with redstone because redstone is an aggregate 4. It's the same thing. It's just stretched. And then he went to that. Look at the difference. Does that look more complicated? Well, spoiler alert, it is. It's way more complicated. Doing a staged booster design with payload fairing in 1957 was unbelievable. That's way ahead of its time. And it's such a good design that the Russians still use it. That's how much he hit it out of the park. This thing is very easy to make, and that's the other part to understand. It's very easy to make. It's very easy to put together. You can have a bunch of guys that know how to work on tractors come together and put this thing together. We've watched many videos of guys putting this thing together. It does not take very much. It's very simple to manufacture. It's just TIG welded aluminum. Simple. That's about as simple as you get for rocket manufacturing if you're working with aluminum. Just straight TIG welded. The engines are about as simple as you can get. Most of the components for starting the RD-107 and 108 are ground side, so the engine ends up being really, really simple. So it's made like a race car. Indy cars, Formula One cars, the starter is not on the vehicle. It's in the pits. They start the motor in the pits. Yeah, because the starter motor is extra weight. See what I mean?
Discovery, go at throttle
It's
up.
pretty insane how smart that is. Like, that is light years ahead of its time. Hey, Killpon, converted a Prime to a Tier 1 sub. Thanks, man. That means a lot to me. I really appreciate it. 3 different engines on the R7 too. Yeah, and then from there he put an upper stage and a fairing on top of it, and inside of that fairing was Sputnik. Yep. The fairing was basically just an aluminum cone that popped open and Sputnik popped out of it. The cone was maybe, I don't know, like meter wide or something. No, it's probably a little bigger than that, like 2 meter wide. But still, it's way ahead of its time. Sucks that we never saw the N1 in operational use. I firmly believe, RJ, I've said it once, I'll say it again, and I know this is why you said that. I said it once, I'll say it again. The reason why the N1 never flew correctly is because Korolev died in 1966. Korolev dying from complications from surgery, from a routine surgery in 1966, is what lost the Soviets the space program. Yeah. That is the pivotal moment. Now, if Korolev was still alive, I still think we would have beaten them to the moon, because once the Apollo, by 1966, NASA's budget was taking up 4% of GDP, which is unbelievable. I think it was 4% of GDP. It could be just 4% of the federal budget. I forget. But that was like peak NASA funding. Once that had gone through, the momentum was there. It would have been really hard to stop. I don't think they would have beaten us. But if Korolev was alive, they would have made it. They would have made it to the moon. Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they would have made it. It probably would have been in 71 or 72, but they would have made it. Absolutely. So, anyway, yeah. But going back to what I'm working on here, I'm trying to see if we can figure out a way to use commonality between fairings. It was 4% of all federal spending. Man, I wish, dude. Yeah, it's pretty insane. Pretty insane, guys. But yeah, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to experiment with like a Saturn style upper payload fairing here. Because yeah, going back to the Saturn rockets, the Apollo, so Saturn 1B and a Saturn 5 had a trunk. They had a trunk just like Dragon does. But the trunk was detachable. It was part of the stage. Because they couldn't put a trunk on the module because the service module's in the way. And inside of that trunk is where they carried the LEM. So once they got up into space, the pedals open like this, and the spacecraft turns around, and the top of the docking port on the LEM is exposed, and then the spacecraft docks to it and plucks it off of the stage. So, I'm trying to see if there's a good way to make this incurable. And once again, going back to... we don't need that video anymore. Going back to the Saturn rockets, that ended up making a really nice payload fairing. If you look right here, that's the same Apollo LEM shroud, right? It's the same thing. They just put a nose cone on the front. They put a nose cone here. And then they developed a special fairing for Saturn right here. But crazy thing is, once again, this is all commonality. It's all common parts. You could swap every part out. And swapping every part out, like if you look over here, look at the upper stage for Saturn V. So you have the S4B-500, LEM shroud, CSM. And then over here you have an S4B-200, LEM shroud, CSM. Now obviously with the Saturn 1B, there wouldn't be a lunar rover in here. Saturn 1B couldn't move the lunar rover and the CSM into space. No, that's not enough. But when they needed to test the LEM stuff in space, the Lunar Excursion Module working in space, they launched it by itself on SA-204. And then they just put a nose cone on top where the CSM would be, because if you don't need the CSM, but you want to test the LEM in space, well, there you go. And the craziest part about this is that when they went to do Skylab over here, they just made an aluminum cylinder for the fairing, right? And then just put the Saturn 1B's original nose cone on top of that. Do you ever think we'll do another Apollo-style reconfigure in-flight ship? It's possible, Bomb. Yeah. The EUS is still on track. Oh, our installation of the new exploration upper stage tooling is underway at NASA Michoud. The EUS, part of NASA's SLS Block 1B configuration for Artemis 3, will provide the power to send astronauts, Ryan, along with everyone. Nice, Swishio. Good find. I wonder if they could have used the Saturn 1B's first stage as Saturn V's second stage. Hellfish, I honestly don't think there was the budget for that, if I'm remembering correctly. The reason why is because the architecture from the Saturn 1B first stage and the Saturn 1C, the first stage, are really, really different. Even if you, okay, so what does that mean? And why am I comparing first stage to first stage when you're asking about the second stage? Well, the first stage, because of load requirements, had an inner tank. The inner tank is a stronger design, despite using Carolocks. They needed to make this thing super strong because they have a lot of force pushing here, and then there's a lot of mass on top of that. Now, the Saturn 1B's first stage is a bunch of tanks clustered together around an aluminum kind of lattice, right? And that would be able to withstand certain loads there of the third stage, the LEM shroud and the CSM on top of it. Your question that you're asking, it would be like taking a Saturn V second stage and putting it underneath a Saturn 1B and then converting the second stage for first stage use. Well, first of all, I don't think you're making enough thrust because the hydrolocks stages. Second of all, you're using hydrolocks in the first stage. If I was going to do that, dude, I'd convert it to use kerosene, in which case your common bulkhead design and your fuel ratios are completely off. They're completely wrong. They actually thought about it. I don't know if they thought about it for sure, dude. But what I do know is that they were developing. Saturn V was the baseline. Nova was where they wanted to go with it. And I know that Nova is not the Saturn 1B. I understand. But what they wanted to do with Nova is take an S1C, put it as the second stage, and then put vacuum optimized hydrolocks M1 or F1s. I'll say that again. Vacuum optimized hydrolocks F1 engines. They're called M1s. They wanted to put that as the second stage. So the point that I'm trying to make, Hellfish, is this shows right here that they were thinking about it. They probably thought about it, and either A, there wasn't enough funding, which is most likely the answer. B, this thing works. It works just fine. It's actually a really powerful first stage, despite being just a cluster of fuel tanks from other rockets. It's a very powerful first stage. The S1B first stage should not be understated. It's a good stage. Really good, actually. Yeah, the vacuum optimized nozzle pig zig would have been like 3 or 4 stories tall. So M1. Yeah, there you go. 40-to-1 expansion ratio. Yeah, that would have been big. Yeah, they wanted to make an open cycle Hydrolox version of it. Of the F1. Yeah, it would have been a little bit bigger. Yeah, that's a mock-up of it. Basically, taking RS60, the ideas from the RS68, which came a lot later, take the ideas from the RS68 and mix them with an F1 engine. That's what the M1 was. That was supposed to be Nova's second stage. And then Nova's first stage would be a 50-foot diameter first stage with 8 F1 engines in it. So we would have had F1s, 8 F1s in the first stage, and then we would have had, I think it was 4 M1s in the second stage. And then I think where they wanted to go with Nova was an S4B on top of that. I think. They didn't abandon Nova, they just kind of shelved it, and then the program got canceled. But I will tell you this, 50-foot diameter rocket stage, okay? Remember that, 50 feet. So for the metric folks, 15 meters. I know that they shelved Nova. They never took it off the table. They just wanted to make the Saturn V first. A dead giveaway of that is if you go and look at 39A and 39B's flame trench diameter. I'll give you a guess. Let me just short up just a little bit. 60 feet wide. The 39A and 39B are designed for Nova. Saturn V actually didn't even get even close to filling up that flame trench. That flame trench is 8 lanes wide. It's an 8-lane highway in there. I've walked in it. It's big. Yeah, this 39A, 39B, the crawlerway, even the VAB, it was designed for Nova. They built it to Nova spec. And said it was, and then I don't know if they did this on, I don't know if they did that on purpose or they just didn't tell anybody. They said, oh yeah, that's what we need for the Saturn V, and they built it to Nova spec to be absolutely sure that it would fit. Oh yeah. I mean, look at the VAB diameter. The VAB diameter on the doors should be a dead giveaway. Fit a 70-foot, you could fit a 70-foot stage in there. Well, the doors are 70 wide, so a 50-foot stage would be no problem in here. Easy. It's all built, and that's built to Nova's height, too. If you look at a Saturn V rollout here, look at a Saturn V rollout, it's too small. Look at, okay, so that picture drives the point that I'm trying to get across home. Look at it compared to the doors. The Saturn V looks tiny compared to the VAB there. And look at all this extra space that you have up here. There's a reason for that. That's the reason right there. Look at, Nova wouldn't have ended up being that much taller than Saturn V, just a little bit taller. And a little bit of a baller too. There's your aggregate space. Oh yeah, this was all designed for Nova. It was designed for way bigger rockets. This nerd's talking about rockets again. This annoying woman's in my chat again. Anyway, so, yeah. I'm trying to see if part commonality would be good for this. Fun fact, this is how the LEM shroud was transported. That seems dangerous, Thomas. That seems a little bit dangerous. Brimo, when are you coming home? Monday night? Okay, good. Rocket Lab scrubbed their launch. It's on Sunday now, so there's that. Anyway, quick reminder that your streams are so interesting. I love them so much, even though I'm lurking for most of it. No problem, Kyron. My pleasure. From Tulsa to KSC under a Chinook with several stops along the way. They'll scrub it to Monday just for me. Yep. Anyway. So, I don't know, fellas. Should I stick with this diameter and then, you know, like, just, let's pretend that we put a capsule here. What's that gonna look like? Just put a nose cone on it or something. You could do an EUS style adapter. Gemma, you just got here. What's this for? This is for Project Ares. I'm just kind of doing concepts and trade studies for the medium launch vehicle. Just trying to figure out what I want to do here. Should we design the capsule first to build the top of the rocket first? I think I should just put a payload fairing here, and we should design... Maybe we'll save the spacecraft for another day. I know that if I do design a spacecraft, if it's capsule-based, it'll probably be just a little bit bigger than this. Like, this will be out here somewhere. So I'm kind of just getting a feel for how that would look. So you're designing the rocket first and then payloads after. On the contrary, RJ, I'm not designing one thing at a time. We'll design all of it. All of it. All of it all at once. Learn what we can here right now by doing these little trade studies by, you know, oh, should we use a common upper stage or should we use a common inner stage, etc., etc. And use that to build the HLV later. Hey, Smirks. What's up, dude? Right now, we're not even like physically testing this. I'm trying to think what would be like the best way to make this. I love the shroud idea. I love the shroud idea. I really think that that's a good idea. But also, would they do this way nowadays? No, probably not. You'd probably end up with a... Well, how they're doing it nowadays is this. They have an upper stage and then they have a vehicle staging adapter. Well, actually, it kind of is the same way, but... Yeah, Smirks, I know, right? I got one question for you. Why aren't you working at NASA? You know everything about rockets. Baltic, I probably know if we had to quantify percentage. Let's say knowing 100% of things about rockets could get you a job at NASA. I'm probably like at 20% of that goal. Yeah. I know a good deal. But knowing about rockets and actually building them is two different things. I would love to. I'd love to. I don't know what I would do, but I would love to. Sure, absolutely. I'd like to think I could do a good job being a PAO there, but I might be a little too raunchy for NASA, but who knows. Hey, Rocket Guy, what's going on? Yeah. Anyway, Rocket Guy, I'm just doing a couple of things here and there. I know we haven't really totally figured out stakeholder expectations here, but I'm just kind of messing around with upper stage design here, just because I wanted to play Kerbal today. We're still very much in concept, though, so, like, I don't know if this is going to work. Yeah, how are you, man? To be honest, I wouldn't get bogged down with thinking the fact realistic about today's standards. Well, the thing is, RJ, I think we would be better suited. Instead of a fairing like this, we're constricting ourselves to payload space here. It's not going to be that much more mass to do, I don't know, say something like this. You know, that'll work. And this, a more quote-unquote modern style payload fairing where you have the clamshell and whatnot, right? This type of fairing, you get way more payload volume. I mean, that's the thing with Saturn V. Like, I love the idea of commonality between the upper stage parts, but why can't I just do commonality with a regular fairing? Right? Getting through things one day at a time. Prioritize and execute for me. Not enough hours in the day, it seems. Yeah, you're telling me. Why don't we just do both of those things? You know what I mean? Like, here we can... I can set this like that, RJ, right? And that looks terrible. Trust me, I'll fix it. We can...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
We can do something like this. And, is it 3:29 p.m. for you, or is it a.m.? p.m. I'm guessing the fairing is attached to a docking port. Yep. Of course it is. Same vessel collision docking port. Parts got to be integrated. So if I did something like this, and I made sure that I had a spot where it hits 2.5 and a fairing segment right there, we could easily modify the fairing to do something like Block 1B with a launch vehicle stage adapter. Or we could just do a regular fairing, and that could work across all rockets if we need to do that. If I need a small payload fairing for the big rocket, not that one, this one. So we could do this. Basically what I'm saying is, see this fairing over here? That fairing that they developed for Skylab? Take that fairing and put it on here. That's all. You know? That's it. That's all. That's what I'm thinking. And if I give it a 2.5 meter spot to stop, right? That means I could take this, I could take that fairing, and we could put the CSM on top of it, Block 1B style.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, sup? What's up? 5 month? Subscribe for 5 months, dude. Damn. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, see? We could end up doing something like this. I do like it. I hate this over here. I don't like that one. That's pretty useless. Unless you want to send just people to the moon and back, no landing. These ones, though. If they had baselined SLS with Block 1B crew and Block 1B cargo, this would be a superior launch vehicle to the Saturn V. This is coming, don't get me wrong, but right now it's not. It'll be there eventually. Once we get to 1B crew and cargo, then you're good to go. This is a really, really good architecture right here, and I want to do something like this. So... Okay. Yeah, alright, let's... Once again, I don't want to copy any particular design. I want to come up with my own ideas. Now, don't get me wrong, we can be influenced by other designs. That's okay. NASA has uploaded about 8 minutes of 4K isolated footage of the Crew 4 launch. Okay? We can cover that for space news, dude. As long as your design has canards, it should be fine. hate canards, man. Canards suck. Okay. I just have to get one more profile. There we go. Once again, I use these as rulers to help me make shapes, especially with fairings and stuff. I use these struts as rulers to help figure out points in 3D space. Now I have an idea where I want the fairing to stop and stuff. So, if we take the fairing, we make it go right there. Wow, that looks horrible. Something is wrong. Something is wrong with that. You know what's wrong? It looks terrible. And it's not pointy enough. It's not pointy enough, chat. Nah. No. Have you tried to see what it looks like with a wolfhound clipped into a skiff I showed you a while back? Similar thrust to a skipper, but with better specific impulse, and it looks more like an upper stage engine. Yeah, I don't want to do that demo. Oh, you put you vacuum optimize the nozzle. That's cool. But I think the skipper was giving me the delta V numbers that I wanted. I'd have to go back and check the numbers again if we really wanted to check that out. But yeah, I don't want to do that. Good idea though. That's cool. Will the boosters be propulsive landing? That's the plan, Sile, yeah. That's the plan, buddy. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I just got an idea. How would I do that? 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 That'd be really difficult to get that right. Shoot. Yeah, no, that idea wouldn't work. I'm trying to think, like, is it possible if, like, we need a bigger payload fairing to bow it out like Falcon 9, but I don't think so. Honestly, this thing's gonna end up kind of looking something like a Delta 4 or whatever. So, Rocket Guy, what I was thinking about doing just a second ago is trying to figure out a way to do a forward load reactor. So, like, I was thinking, like, oh, you know, if the other rocket that I want to design, the HLV, is going to be, like, 5-meter parts, right? If it's going to be 5-meter parts, then why don't I just have a common payload fairing for both of these with the upper stage and whatever riding inside of the fairing? One, that wouldn't be preferable for crew launches because crew launches inside of a fairing, obviously. Two, that would be really hard to make that work correctly with a forward load reactor, but I mean, we could do it, but yeah, I don't want to do that. Yeah, I don't want to do that way. Just once again, we got to keep this thing simple. Regular old payload fairings should be fine. Okay, so that's a good enough payload fairing for now. We can get rid of those. I can get rid of the sideways one like that. There we go. This is all actually looking pretty nice. Now we can go with a decoupler here, I suppose. Yeah, for now, putting a decoupler up there would be the right call. That's exactly how this works. Keep it simple. Yeah, exactly. Waiting for Elon to buy the FAA. It's a joke, Swishio, I'm pretty sure. Attach that to the masterpiece for the payload fairing. Let's see if Lem Shroud. I'm trying to see how the Lem was mounted. Wait, how did that get in there? How did they... What's holding the Lem in there? Can I DM you a KSP question? Yeah, go ahead. Okay, time to learn. How the heck is that being held in there? What's this, Papa Bear? Let's try that. Discovery, go at throttle up. Okay. Hey, Blueberry Tier 1 for 6 months in advance. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'm glad you guys are enjoying KSP. You know, all the people converting subs and subscribing for long periods of time is pretty damn telling, so keep doing it, obviously. There's the aluminum crush cores. Falcon 9 has something like that. Alright, here we go. How the heck is this thing? Thanks, Blueberry. I appreciate it, buddy. The stage launch adapter fixed panel section. Is it hanging? It's hanging on the sides? So, like a forward load reactor. Actually, hold on, I've got to back up. It's hanging from the descent module. What the frick? And the ascent module is riding like payload. My Haynes manual is about the shuttle, dude. Not about Apollo. Huh. And that's, guys, the attachment system is part of the landing legs. The landing legs is the separator mechanism. That's smart because the landing legs need to hold the stupid thing up anyway. Dude. Yeah, it's attached on the outrigger assembly. What the frick? God dang, that's smart. I can't believe that. Yeah, see? SLA attachment point. What in the absolute frick, dude? That's so smart. Oh my god. It's like sickening how smart that is. You attach it to the landing legs and make part of the landing legs fold in. This already has to be strong because it needs to hold the ascent module up on the moon. Now, I don't know if the loads well, I mean, it's a landing first stage. I don't know if the loads encountered on the moon are going to be similar to the loads encountered like launching on a Saturn V, but this is already designed to hold it up. And if you hold it up by the landing legs inside of the Saturn V, you know good and well that that's going to work just fine on the moon. That's really, really smart, man. And the legs have damping built in. I'm a bit surprised you don't have any of the Apollo-related Haynes books. You can find the information online, Kentab. Give me 1 second. Just listen to the sultry sounds of clickety-clacks. The Skiff Hound. What is that demo? Forgot the link in the previous message. It does look good, man. Yeah, that looks really nice. Do you deactivate? You're not using the Wolfhound, right, demo? But why is it LM or sometimes LEM? Lunar module, lunar excursion module. It's interchangeable. You can use both of them. Yeah, you should because of the severe mass penalty. That's why I asked because yeah, the Wolfhound is heavy. That's a heavy motor. 3.3 tons. Yeah, I can't tell. I say LEM all the time. Lunar module, lunar ascent module. It's like how the CSM is called the CSM, but the CSM is technically just the capsule. There's the command service module, and then there's the service module. It's just, you could say LEM, you could say LM, it means the same thing. Anyway. Yeah, RJ, what I just said to you was what I'm learning. That's what I'm learning about. You get 675 kilonewtons at 355 ISP and 4.9 tons. 1.9 ton more than the Skipper. Is the demo the real question is does that extra 2 tons warrant the extra 30 seconds specific impulse? I think that would very much depend on what you're moving. What stage is this attached to? What's said dry mass of the stage, you know? With that being said, I think a stage with lower dry mass, like what I'm doing here, would end up having more delta V. Don't you think? Did you watch the Everyday Astronaut video about engine cycles? I have not watched it yet, no. Am I wrong in that assumption? Does that make, I mean, that makes sense in my head. I'm not sure. What if you had a variable upper stage like Centaur? Well, honestly, Blueland, that is the variable upper stage. On the bigger rocket, we can use this as the third stage, which is why I'm really taking my time with it. What I was thinking is if we go to make the bigger rocket, right? Or when we go to make that bigger rocket, you know, it's not going to be exactly like the Saturn V, fellas. It probably won't. Right, say like that's the first stage for the heavy launch vehicle. And then we have like a second stage here. Then I could have that with the fairing on top of that if we want to. Like that's what the bigger launch vehicle could look like. I don't know if I'm gonna use and end up using something like Neptune. We might not need something that big. It would be nice, but the Apollo program would have been nice if they made Nova, but they didn't need it initially. But unlike the Apollo program, you know, ours ain't gonna get canceled. I'm not gonna cancel this architect unless I find out like a critical flaw, in which case I didn't do my homework right in the first place. Yeah, Novus, I know I'm basically skipping a step by going into design right here, but yeah, I wanted to play Kerbal today, so, you know, maybe we'll use this, maybe we won't. Ooh, very nice. Unless you get canceled. Okay. Nice. It looks good. Is this all vanilla parts? Yeah, game 2. Yeah, it's all vanilla parts. Concept designs are looking good. Right on. Yeah, no, I mean, we could just save in chat. Yeah, there are certain parts of the systems engineering manual that we don't really need, you know, but we'll figure it out. The difference gets higher in favor of the Skiff Hound as payload mass goes down. $1,700. $1,700 Delta V. 1658 versus 1793. 675 at 356. That's not that much of a Delta V difference, dude. You covering Starlink later? Always. You're 4 seconds slower than the next car per lap, Badger? Well, that just means that there's plenty of places to improve, man. If you put down your first lap and you match the time, that means you have nothing to learn. Either that or the other person sucks, too. Like, not saying you suck, but you get the idea. Racing takes time. It's a skill that you have to craft over time. It's hard. It's really difficult to do for long periods of time. The difference is that you can turn off the skiff once your PE is high enough, increasing specific impulse to 380. So, Demo, why would I opt for a more complicated system when this already meets my stakeholder requirements? Why would I want something more complicated for not that much extra Delta V? You know, like, that's just adding extra steps. For not that you're adding extra steps for not that much more of a goal. I mean, I understand that, oh, more Delta V. I don't necessarily need more Delta V with this design. This meets my stakeholder expectation for what I want it to do. This just move 18 tons into space. This does what I want it to do, and it's way simpler and it's less parts. It's not much more complicated? Yeah, the Skiff Hound is cool, man. I dig it. I don't want to do that. Nah, I don't want to. I don't want to do that. I really don't. I think that you know, like, oh, shutting this engine off, turning this engine on. What if I forget to do that and fudge the delta V numbers? I don't want to plan a mission around me having to shut off certain engines at certain times and turn. I don't want to do that. I really don't. And I get it. You know, I know what you're going to say. Oh, why don't you just use both engines all the time now? I don't want to do that, man. I like this, and I like the fact that the skipper, we're using the same engine as the first stage. I really dig that it's all common, like Merlin 1D, Merlin 1D VAC, you know? Yeah, I don't need that extra delta V. This already meets stakeholder requirements, so why would we add another part? That's the honest question. Like, you know, I asked you that question, and once again, all you said is, "Oh, it's not that much more complicated." Well, but it is more complicated. It's not much, but it's more complicated. Why would I complicate the design when this already does what I want it to do? Like, that's what I mean, dude. This is what I'm trying to understand with stakeholder expectations. I've been really, really perusing that systems engineering manual a lot. You don't... Perfect is the enemy of good, right? And in this case, yours is the perfect solution. This is just the good solution. This will do what I need it to do. And it's less parts. I mean, one less part. I get it. But that's still one less part. I mean, Demo, don't get me wrong. Your idea is great. Like, I dig it. And it looks awesome. Frankly, it looks amazing. Like, the skiff hound looks... The nozzle extension looks... It looks fantastic, but... I just don't... Like, I don't understand why you're trying to sell me on an extra 160 meters a second delta V here. What am I going to need that extra 160 delta V for? Like, it's just an honest question. Like, I'm not trying to be a jerk. I mean, that's just another part, you know. It's just another part to have to worry about. It's another part to have to move around. It's another part to have to control. Like, and I'm not trying to go Elon, like, oh, the best part is no part. If my application, if my numbers needed another 160 meters a second delta V, I would absolutely be doing that right now, but I don't. I don't need that. Nice to see some KSP. Thanks, Defiant. Redundancy in case you screw up, more margin for error. But yeah, Badger, but understand that you're adding more margin for error by adding another system to control. You're not actually, there's not actually making up for margin of error. Because now you have to control 2 engines instead of 1. Like, I'm not trying to be a jerk, I just don't think I need that. That's all. This skiff upper stage will do exactly what I want. I mean, and if we really want to do this, like, this kind of voids the whole one more part mentality, but I could make a fairing, I could build a fairing to make it look like there's a nozzle extension there if we really wanted to do that. The thing is that the fairing wouldn't animate with the gimbal, then and it would look really ridiculous. So I like your idea, and I'll keep it in mind. I mean, we're still in basic concept here. Like, this is not final, this is just messing around. But yeah, I mean, yeah, we're just screwing around here. So maybe I'll do it, but I don't really see the need to. That's all. Like, and maybe if I have some components on this down the road demo that, you know, where I need that extra delta V, you know, I haven't fleshed out the whole system yet. Right now, that skipper is what I need, but it's not. It might not be what I need in the future. I guess it depends on your launch profile for this. Is it going to fly like Falcon, Delta, Atlas, SLS? Condor is what it's going to fly the most like because I want to boost back and land the stage. I need the TWR, which is why I went with the skipper in the first place. I need that thrust to weight. That's really, really important. Reuse run away with baseline? Rocket Guy, not necessarily. Not necessarily. we'll probably expend a couple of cores just to evaluate performance here and there. But I want reuse planned from the start, and I'm confident enough in my engineering here to know what it takes to reuse something because of Condor. I basically copied Condor's delta V numbers here with my own design of a rocket. Like we went back and looked at Condor. I went and pulled it out of the shed, and I looked at the delta V numbers for the first stage, masses for the first stage, etc., etc. Drummer? So I could expend the first couple of cores, but because of my prior experience with Condor, I want, and I also kind of factored in TWR, dry mass of first stage, dry mass of second stage, etc., etc. This is basically a 375 Condor with different engines. And like I said, the reason why I did it, stretch time. The reason why I did it is because I want it to be my own design, you know. But yeah, demo. This is good enough for application, but maybe in the future I need to put something on that's going to weigh down the second stage, and if I do, then yeah, the Skiff Hound will be on my mind for sure. That's definitely a good solution. So expendable is higher than 18 tons. Yeah, reuse is 18 tons. Just like, actually, I think I engineered Condor for... Oh yeah, this is going to be a nice, powerful rocket. This thing will be able to, in expendable, it should be able to put 20 to 25, which is right in line. That's right in line with actually Vulcan in real life. Yeah, it's pretty good, man. It's pretty good little rocket. Because I think if you don't go for reuse right away, you never go back to build a reusable version unless you have an external deadline to dictate that change. First stage reuse is taken into account with the Delta V here, Rocket Guy, from the start. It is. And I will design around building landing legs and stuff. Yeah, you have to, dude. You have to. You know? Yeah, I can't tell. There's also that. So second stage reuse, I'm not sure, Rocket Guy. Maybe we can... Like, I wanted second stage reuse to be either A, like Vulcan Aces, so ULA style reusable upper stages with all the paraphernalia on the forward skirt or something down the road to be able to make it reusable if you really wanted it to be reusable. And then the second option, I guess, would be like trying to bring the second stage down and landing it on some small vernier thrusters or something. But once again, because I figured in 18 tons for reusability, there's also a wide margin for dry mass here. So in expendable, it could move 25 tons. In, first stage reuse, it could move 18. With second stage reuse, it could move 15, 10 tons maybe, which is fine. And then I did the TWR numbers around that as well. Yeah, okay, Demo, I got it. Yeah, Aces style reuse makes the most sense. I agree, Rocket Guy, yeah. Basically, figure out a way to put an external unpressurized pallet carrier similar to Centaur 3, or what they'll do with Centaur 5. Basically have a service module for the stage, or make the room for a service module for the stage right here. That would favor both ways if I really want to do it. But yeah. Kind of where I'm at, dude. Vasia, we're about an hour and a half out. Little under an hour and a half. 1 hour 16. There you go. That's without the thrust modulation. Shutting down the skiffers to get you to 50 tons. Okay. I'll take it under consideration, man. But you gotta, I mean, Demo, the other thing to remember, I mean, I suppose you're talking about third stage on another rocket. The other thing to remember is that with this particular stage right here, this is for it should be optimized for LKO. You'll be home in time. Nice. Hey, Shocky, what's going on? Burley, how you doing? Hansel cheered 2 bits, but it's not popping up. All right. Anyway. All right. Now we need avionics for this. And then now we need to go into vessel hierarchy and stuff. Payload should have... Or no, should we do second stage? Second stage would probably be the best one to get that right. What's the TWR of the second stage with payload? 1.24. Yeah, it has to be high TWR because, Pop Bear, I don't know if you remember when I was flying Condor, I have to be able to get the stage away, and I have to be able to have the second stage kind of fly off into the sunset, so to speak, while I'm turning the first stage around and boosting it back. And then when the first stage completes its boost back burn, I got to switch back to the second stage, and I need high TWR to be able to circularize so I can switch back to the first stage and land it. Yeah, I got you, Demo. Yep. Wait, I thought the payload is empty right now. Oh. Sometimes these numbers are all wonky, dudes. That's what Demo's calculations said, if I'm thinking about that right. I'm going to reroute everything here to that. There. But something is peculiar here because it's still reading these engines. It's still reading these engines as 0.17 TWR, which is not right. If you go with reuse, you'll need to make sure you know from the outset what the bounding box is for reuse. Reusing components can introduce more extreme environments on different uses, just something to keep in mind. Bingo. That's why I baseline rated this. I baseline rated it for reuse with 18 tons, Novus. I'm not moving 18 tons of anything into space inside of that payload fairing. We're going to most likely be moving landers that are going to be 10, 15 tons. 10 to 15 ton landers would probably end up... That gives me... Long story short, that gives me margin on the second stage if we ever want to reuse it, if we ever want to add dry mass to it, etc., etc. I took that into account when we were tallying up the DV numbers here. Hopefully the day is going better than mine. No? Yeah. Yeah, my day's going alright, dude. Just fine. Mission Control audio is live. Here, I got it right here. Here, let me link it up. Or let me play it right now. Here, I'm playing it. Ready? That was weird. I don't know why the LD said that. Hey, Alucard, you're getting a lot faster. It's the biggest force meme I've ever done, but it's so goddamn funny. Yeah, Nova's right. With different payloads comes different trajectories. Make sure you know what happens with a light and heavy payload so you're not caught with an unexpected environment. Yeah. See, Novus, that's the part where I'm not really sure how we're going to test trajectory, and that's why I thought it would be a good idea to kind of baseline this in expendable mode. But I know the Delta V numbers are good for reuse with 18 tons, you know? The reason why I think that would be a good idea is because of like flight profiles. How do we test flight profiles? How am I going to do that? Gary, you're getting a lot faster. How I compensate for payload changes to keep the TWR the same on ascent. Yeah. 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 Yeah, that could work. Yeah, I mean, we could do it in engineering mode if we wanted to, Element. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. And we could even get into some avionics cal controller programming if we really wanted to do that, and then have the cal controller be able to adjust for differential payloads. It's possible. Gary, you're getting a lot faster. Yeah, let's see. Okay. The actual mission control audio for the Starlink mission is up. Throw those words on the screen and send it. I don't really have any... I want to come up with a baseline before I just start throwing stuff at the wall here. Do you ever see Maturo's implementation of a cal-controlled launch and boost back rocket? Yeah, Shady. Yeah. When did Matt do that? Because I was... And I didn't come up with this idea, but there are ways to make an avionics package for your rocket and have it automatically fly into space, MechJeb style, with a cal controller. You just got to program it, and it's a little weird. It's a little counterintuitive. Just like SpaceX, you start with the best guess and iterate on the control and trajectory with each launch until an acceptable baseline is found. Poogie, process of ongoing improvement. Yep. Smells terrible. You thought a single skiff hound was cool. Behold, the double skiff hound. That is, dude, they do look cool, Demo. I do like it. It looks great. Had to be over a year now? Yeah, Shady. I didn't come up with that idea, and Matt has used that before, and don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to say, well, I did it first. I mean, I was experimenting. That meta came through with KSP in like 2017, 2018, and I made Condor boost back and land. Not land. I still did the landing by hand. I made the ascent and boost back completely automated. Yeah. Matt probably did it again too. It's where you use the robotic parts with the docking port, right? And you set the angles on the robotic parts, and it works kind of... I'm not going to say it works like an IMU, because it doesn't, but it's kind of like that. Yeah, right? Shady, is that what Matt did? I'm wondering if... Once again, I'm not trying to say like, oh, I did it first or he did it first. I don't really care. Like, he could have done it first, and it's not a pride thing. I'm wondering how he did it, you know? All right, Novus, no problem. Thank you for all your help. But yeah, we're gonna make sure we do this right. Have you met my good friend Rocket Guy? He is a real-life rocket scientist. Yeah, I have. Hey Linux, there's a mod called Booster Guidance which does boost back and landings. Linux, I was just about to say, before Ponzister introduced me to his friend, I was just about to say, we can do guidance systems. You can program a cal controller, or you can get KRPC and write the code for your own guidance system, which I'm kind of... I'm not against doing that, Linux. What do I know about code? Absolutely nothing. The last time I did any coding was Java in 2003. Python seems to be... David, I'm not going to say it seems to be simple, because coding is tough, right? But Python seems... I like the way that Python kind of... with all the commands being simplified. You writing code? Laugh out loud. Why is that funny? I'm confused. No, I haven't KSP, but yeah. Python is... Yeah, it seems to have all the from what I can understand, and with my limited software engineering knowledge, Python seems to have a lot of simplification in it to make things easier to do, so you don't have to write as much code to achieve the same result. Am I right in thinking that? You never did Mel with Maya. I did Maya embedded. They were switching Maya to Python when I was in school. Yeah, Vasya? Yeah, okay. Don't forget, if you have reverts turned on, then you don't need to be at 70 kilometers with the upper stage before you switch to the booster. I'm not at 70 kilometers with the upper stage demo. I fire the upper stage separates and it ghost rides into the sunset at about 30 to 40 kilometers, depending on, well, rocket and ascent. And I fly the first stage back. First stage gets above 70, switch to the second stage, circular rise at the second stage, switch back to the first stage, land it. Oh yeah, Sugo? You think so? It's okay, guys. Brimo and I are taking CS50. That's what we do on date night. You want to know how big of nerds we are? So Harvard has the CS50 course, totally free, and all the lectures on CS50. Brimo and I are binge watching that on date night. I'm not making that up. I forgot to tell you guys that. Yeah. That's pretty neat. Oh boy. Nerds, I'm so jealous. But do you have the proper textbooks? It's not anything you couldn't find on the internet, dude. That and Brimo already knows. The reason why we're binge watching CS50 right now on date night, fellas, and the reason why is because there's a game design I think it's called CS50 game design, and I may or may not want to be reading up on that for reasons. So, I have the mission audio open, T-Man. Thank you. But yeah, that's, so, I mean, honestly, KRPC and the guidance systems for KRPC probably wouldn't be too bad. What is CS50? Computer science, Jacobs. Are you going to cover the next Starlink launch? Nah, rocket launches bore me, KSP. We should just play with kayaks all day. I'm going to do an IRL stream where I just put a live view on a kayak and it's just me paddling around a lake. Here, here. No, you think I'm kidding. Here, I'll show you. I got the boat that I want picked out. I'll show you. No, you think I'm kidding. Here, I'm looking up the model number of it right now. Alright, I think that's the one. It's kind of a big kayak, to be honest. It's about, I don't know, 50, 60 feet long. Very light, very lightweight. Carbon fiber aluminum. It's really cool. Trust me, you guys would like it. It's right there. My boat. That's my boat. KSP, yeah, sorry, I threw you for a little bit of curveball. Hell yeah, we're watching the launch, man. You think I'd miss a Falcon 9 launch? What are you, nuts? Carbon fiber there, dude. Yeah, no, it's real nice. It's real nice, really light. Really light, so you can catch all the freaking fish. This is my boat. My boat, yes. You know, you have smaller boat, you look like a bunch of wankers. But you have bigger boat, you look like a freaking rock star. Calls my bluff. Nope. Yep. So yeah, fellas, I wouldn't mind jumping into KRPC. I'm thinking about it. I'm not 100% sure. Right now, we're like all Project Ares stuff is very preliminary. It's my boat. Could you actually catch a fish with a fairing? You don't, T-Man, you don't use a boat to catch fish. You use a fishing line on a boat to catch fish. Good, Kentab. I'm actually counting on it. So, Kentab, I've actually thought about that. What if SpaceX launches starships as much as the, what if SpaceX launches starships as much as, like, an airplane? Well, then what? Well, you know what, then? There's plane watching streams all over Twitch and YouTube. People have no problem watching those. Imagine Starship coming in with a crosswind. Come on then. Come on then. Put that there. Come on then. I mean, just saying. Just saying. There's a market for that. There probably will be. It's a market for plane watching streams. Who thinks there wouldn't be a rocket for their market? Who thinks there wouldn't be a market for rocket launching streams? That's what I'm counting on. Yeah, exactly. If you want to see kayak streams, WD-40 is my guy for that. Oh, WD, I'm looking into that thing. I'm looking into that thing more. I'm kind of finessing and making some connections here and there, see what we can come up with. You picking up what I'm laying down? Can confirm KRPC is nice. Currently using it to automate first stage ascent and second stage separation and ignition. Next is second stage terminal guidance and then boost back. Rocket Guy, with KRPC, is there a way... Excuse me. Is there a way to pick up, to like do inertial guidance? Just out of curiosity, can KRPC pick up values from the accelerometer? Just genuine curiosity. It can. Vehicle's now in terminal guidance. Okay. Oh, nice, WD. All right, cool. Cool. It's insane what it can pick up. Okay. Okay. Corey, you got it right there. KRPC GitHub. All right. Hey, Lego. How's your evening going, my son? How are you, me old sunshine? CoreSpace linked the docs. Have a look at it off stream if you're curious. GravShark, I mean, we could pre-program cal controllers, right? I could pre-program cal controllers and make an ascent profile, but that ascent profile will more or less be fixed. It'll basically be the equivalent of like a V2's guidance system from like 1945. That's about the level of automation that you can do with KSP. So, not very accurate, not very coggers, okay? V2s often miss their target, or they often hit civilian targets, which is, you know, not that I'm bombing anyone. I'm not, you know, I like my rockets. If my rockets are coming back down, I like them to land. Just saying. You're an ascent profile. Also fun is you can create UIs inside KSP and plot your vehicle states in telemetry. Well, Rocket Guy, GravShark is actually doing something like this, and I'll admit, Grav, you beat me to the punch a little bit, but that's kind of what I wanted to do. How cool would it be if we had telemetry offloads with KSP, so the chat can watch the telemetry, or like after a launch, we can you know, if somebody's bored, they can go and review the telemetry. That's a cool way to incorporate chat if they want to. Someone wants to go look at the numbers, right? We can go figure out stuff, and then, you know, from there, if we document everything, we can do fault tree analysis and stuff if something goes wrong. I'm honestly really thinking about it, you know, because KRPC, like, Kerbal's not going to get that much more updates, KSP1. We know that. They are going to update it, so, like, KRPC is not going to foul on anything. It really, why would it? Right? Like, I think, you know, we're at the point where it probably should. You know, stuff like waterfall isn't going to mess stuff up too much, you know? But I warn you, me learning how to do it is going to take some time. So maybe we could just screw around in KSP. Graphic mods are entirely worth it. Waterfall is an awesome one to choose. Now, Ian, the real question here is with Waterfall. I'm wondering if I could make a custom part for KSP that I don't know. I could make a custom part with emitter and waterfall with the right things to just please hold.
2, 1, 0. And liftoff as the countdown to Mars continues. The perseverance of humanity launching the next generation of robotic explorers to the Red Planet.
Do that. We could do that. Waterfall is a custom configurator. Also, I showed this footage particularly because this, not this shot, but the next one, is one of my all-time favorite shots from any rocket launch. This one, right here.
And liftoff as the countdown to Mars.
Yep. Okay, that's cool. Alright. That's my boat. Nice, Isaac. Just... Yep. That is in the business. That's called a money shot.
And liftoff as the countdown to Mars continues. The perseverance of humanity launching the next generation of robotic explorers to the Red Planet.
That's on Mars, by the way. They did helicopter on Mars. Giving it the business. Yep. See, that shot's quite nice. I'm quite fond of that shot. It's pretty awesome. But anyway, yeah, we could do that if you can mess with the emitters. I know how to do that. That's no problem. But yeah, I'm kind of, if I'm going to do stuff with KSP, we're going to do mod stuff with KSP. I want it to be minimally intrusive, kind of like what DOS did with his old saves. They did helicopter on Mars. All right. Anyway, with that being said, let's... I mean, Rocket Guy, that's actually pretty cool that you could do IMU stuff. Actually, we don't need that sophisticated of an avionics package. I'll just put a placeholder one. That has prograde, retrograde hold, radial, normal attitude hold. I just need basically heading hold. Prograde, retrograde hold. That's just stab assist right there. I don't need any probe core torque. We'll put attitude control thrusters on the second stage if we want to do something like that. You're gonna head into Boston for a concert. Who are you going to see? Yeah, Motorkid, I understand. The band Camino. Cool. Have fun, man. Enjoy. doesn't look exactly right. There we go. Now it looks like they're mounted. Yeah, actually it really doesn't, but that's okay. There we go. Inertial navigation, Kalman filtering, PID controllers, or more advanced controllers. Automate just about any aspect of a vehicle. Proportional navigation, I could go on. Rocket Guy, I think if we kept that, you know, like we did that without playing RSSRO, it would make it so it wouldn't take freaking years to implement a launch vehicle how I want to. And, you know, we could still get the fast integration of KSP. And it would still look like the stock game, you know? But yeah, interesting. Anyway. What time is it? How much do we have until that SpaceX launch? 5:27. Okay, we're inside of 45. Cool. So we got a little bit of time left here. Oh, nice, Foz. That's neat. Okay, for this one, I got to think about this a little bit. How would we end up doing this? Okay, I'm trying to think about how we want to set up the inner stage and the second stage and everything. It would be best if the first stage, inner stage, was pushing against the tankage of the second stage. But if I wanted to design some kind of aft cargo carrier system for this, then we're gonna have to mess with some things here. All right, let's go in here like this and let's take a look. All right, so what I want to do first is I want to take take one of these. I'm just gonna put it here like this, just so I have a part that's manipulatable, and then I'm gonna attach the first stage to it. I don't like to use the engine and the structural hierarchy, just like a real rocket. The rocket isn't holding up the gap between the first and second stage. That's not really how that works at all. So there's ways you can get around that. And that's what I'm going to do. Why are there 3 ore tanks on this? That was for my Delta V calculations, Lego, taking into account, you know, this first stage. It's very preliminary. I haven't even started working on it. I just used it to get some Delta V numbers. I basically took Condor 9's Delta V numbers and copied them, and this is basically a 3.75 version of Condor. Instead of a 2.5 meter version, it's the same rocket. But what I want to do is, just like Condor, I want landing legs with this thing. I want a landing leg system. It might be like SpaceX, maybe I'll do it like New Glenn. I haven't really thought about it. I don't know what's the best type of system to be able to interface with a pad and also have landing legs. Because the systems that I've used to interface with a pad and landing legs in the past have sucked. Yeah, Condor's launch pad was not the best. It was not the best implementation of a launch pad that I've ever done. It was the first and probably the worst. Right? So those ore tanks are there to take into account that I'm going to need like grid fins on this thing. I'm going to need an interstage fairing. We're going to need some kind of beefed up engine section, landing legs, stuff like that. I did it to get these numbers right here. Yeah, waterfall looks really nice, dudes. Yeah, it looks good. Alright, keep that like that. I mean, to be fair, you made it before robotics from the stock game. Yeah. Condor's pad was also blue. Condor's pad was the first thing I did with robotics, so there's that. There's also that. Hey, Craig. What's up, man? Alright. I want this thing again. I already measured that forward skirt right there, and I know that it's the right size. You're the real blue? No, you're blue. No. No, you're blue Marriott. He's blue Lend forever. Differences. See? Easy. Now we have the same one front and back. Yeah, fairing around the engine snackless is what I've been going with for a good while, because that's what works. Using same vessel collision and the fairings to hold stuff up is... That's a really good way of doing things. Then you can mount them lower too. I gotta head out. Have a good stream. Alright, Novus. See you, buddy. I'm loving the white color on the things. I think I'm getting old. Also, four-sided fairings match the tank seamlessly, by the way. Oh, it has the same amount of faces, huh? Oh, that's Jerry. Nice, Snackless. Very good, man. Very good. Think there will be an entire relearning things with KSP2 like this? Yeah, probably. Real plume example. It looks good. What's the playlist? Robert Parker, Swedish synthwave musician. Right. Boop. Links in chat for the playlist. The nose cones are to cover up attachment points to make sure that I attach the motor to the right attachment point that I want. That one right there. Yeah, those are only temporary. I hope they don't go too crazy with changing the editor around, fellas. I really hope they don't. Yeah. I mean, they can go a little crazy. It's fine, but I hope they don't get too nutty. Waterfall and real plume example. It looks good. You guys just linking pictures of your... Yeah, that Delta 4 Heavy shot motor coast looks really nice. Nah. Yeah, it was a good thought. I don't want it though. Now I gotta reattach everything. I don't want the engine in the structural path here. What does that mean? The engines in real life aren't used to hold stuff up. If your engine's holding something up, you did something wrong. Too many nodes. Yeah, it's fine. Isn't this precisely what engine plates are for? Yeah, but engine plates have that weird auto strut lock thing that I absolutely hate. I can't stand them. Hang on. Give me 1 second.
Venting for the start of prop load.
Venting for the start of prop load from the mission live loop. Oh, really, Grab Shark? Sorry. My bad. Yeah, engine plates are really wobbly, and they lock auto struts like landing gear do, so I'm not really too big of a fan of those. Who's launching first? SpaceX. Rocket Lab is launching on Sunday. hang on. Okay, launch director on countdown reports go for prop load. Okay, that's a good sign. Yeah, on Sunday because yeah. Maybe recess the engine into the fairing slide.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, FX, what's up, dude? 31 months. Good evening. Good evening, bud. Yeah, Snackless, it looks good, but I'm not... That's what I was trying to do with the other fairing, you know? With having the second fairing there. But I think that might be... You know what? I don't want the engine that far recessed in there. Yeah, it'd probably end up being something like that. How's your day been going? It's been going good. I've been just teaching people about rockets. We got an actual rocket launching very soon, and yeah, everything's A-okay, man. Has the multiplayer server been discussed for Satisfactory? Got Lunchbox, no, and honestly, it's not on my radar, dude. I have a lot of community projects right now. We got Friday Night Racing, we got GTA Racing, we got the Minecraft project, and now trains as well. That's too much. Too much for me. Do you really need the gray fairing? It wouldn't be there if I didn't need it, Swishio. I'm not building for aesthetic here. I'm building for use, for purpose. Differences. I was talking to RJ about this a little bit earlier, guys. Something that I'm learning, and I'm trying to apply it to KSP. So what's the most real? Oh, how do I make it look more realistic? The most realistic rocket design is the one that meets your requirements, the one that does what you want it to do. That's the most realistic one. Swishio, I added this aft cargo carrier compartment because down the road, I would like to be able to have reusable upper stages. And if I ever, what I mean is like on-orbit space tugs, right? And if I'm going to do that, I'm going to need spots for extra batteries, solar panels, fuel cells. That's what this is for. I have a forward compartment up here for integrating the payload fairing, right? And then this is for batteries, more batteries, and where the avionics are up in here. That's what that forward compartment is for. The aft skirt is for putting fuel cells, extra fuel tanks, RCS, stuff like that. Yeah, that's why it's there. So I'm kind of building for purpose. I want all this extra stuff right here. And the reason why I want this engine shifted back a little bit is because I want space to put all of it there. Because if the engine's like right here, I mean that I could do that. We could make it work like this. That works just fine. What's going on right here will work. But now I have to think about the first stage, the inner stage right here. What's that going to look like? I'm going to need latching mechanisms because it's reusable. I need to find a way to get this to dock, right? And we can't have the explosive separator like we did before if I plan on doing stage reuse in the future, not second stage reuse in the future. There needs to be a way for this to couple back together that's not using the decoupler mechanism that we used on Freedom. So if we're going to do that, I need to come up with something a little bit better, and I need space in here. Use the skipper variant with struts. I actually like that, Core. Yeah, that's a good idea. Inflatable airlocks, they're very imprecise, Sea Kraken. Not sure I would be into doing something like that. Is there a way to retract... Is there a way to reattach things without a docking port? No. I don't think so, Yemo, unless somebody else has a way to do that. The claw, yeah, that's the other way. The claw is super imprecise as well, though. I hate that thing. Can you use a non-reusable separator mechanism? Well, Driados, plan down the road would be to maybe try and make the second stage reusable. The second stage reuse could be two things. Second stage reuse on orbit, so we make space tugs, and we could couple space tugs together if we wanted to do that. That's second stage reuse on orbit. And that's why I put the aft cargo carrier in here. That's what this aft skirt is on the second stage. That's what it's for. So I could shoehorn parts in there and have the space to do it. So I don't have to worry about parts getting jammed into the interstage on the first stage in separation, etc., etc. Now we only need to worry about the engine fitting in the interstage, right? Second part of that is if we ever do reuse and get that and try to get that stage back down, right? I'm going to need to develop a mechanism that reattaches the second stage with a docking port and not a decoupler, like it was on the Freedom rockets. Understand? Do you mind if I share a survey link for a fellow doing a college paper on space exploration? Go ahead, John. Yeah, that's fine. No, Cantab, there's no way to do that. Unless you gizmo a docking port into place, in which case you want a Kraken strike, that'll get you a Kraken strike. Once again, the most realistic design is the design that meets your requirements. NASA didn't build SLS and say, oh, we need it to look nice. No, it just kind of ended up looking nice. It's same with the Saturn V, same with even the shuttle. N1, Buran, Energia, same thing. They were built because that's how they wanted them to be built. And what made them look realistic is that they all kind of conformed to the laws of physics. Would a Vulcan-style reuse through the second stage be dumb? Is this rocket for mission mode? Yes, Beer. For fast integration. Well, if we do smart reuse Sea Kraken, then we have to go fish it out of the water after the motor comes back down. I don't want to do that. I'd rather just give an extra fuel tank and bring the whole thing back. Right? Oh, I attached it to the wrong thing. Yeah, that's fine. Pretty much perfect conditions for a launch today. Nice afternoon lighting, not quite golden hour, but still pretty decent. Weather remains go. Cool, cool. What rockets are on the top and bottom of your looking good list? I like the shuttle, Driados. I think that's cool. Do you know why I like the shuttle the most? Or Buran, for that matter. But I mean, Buran satisfies this bill as well. The reason why I like them the most is because the average person can look at that and point at it and say, that's a spaceship. That flies into space. Even kids. Kids can look at the shuttle and say, that flies into space. That's a spaceship. If you look at a pod, and you show a pod to like a 6 or a 7-year-old, they're going to be like, I don't know what that is. They're going to say, oh, it's a rocket. You know, you show people the space shuttle, they go, that's a spaceship. That goes into space. That's why I like it. It's something that you just don't get with pods. You know what I mean? Starship will be the same way. People will point at Starship. That flies into space. That's a spaceship. Like, you could show anybody on the street from pretty much around the world the space shuttle, and they'd be like, huh. Okay. It'll come, Sevi, in good time.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Napfan, hey, 5-month resub. Hello, how are you, buddy? Maybe we could do the ablator port. Maybe for on-orbit reuse stuff, we should do the ablator port. I'm not sure. All good? Cool. That's why I could attach to the front. Hang on one second. Because the engine was attached via the back on the interstage notes. It was attached to the nozzle, not the engine mount. That's no good. Can't have that.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey Dodo, what's up, man? Wunderbar. How you doing, buddy?
Go at throttle up.
Tier 277. Thanks, man. Means a lot to me that you guys have stuck around this long. I mean that. Hey, Ernok. I'm just attaching nose cones to all the points that I don't want this attached to. It's the only way to be sure. That's the one I want, right there. Just to be absolutely sure. Yeah, see, it's attaching engine first, damn it. And we'll switch over to SpaceX coverage here in a moment. Get out of here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You go over there. See, this is what I mean about being absolutely sure. You have to be sure you're attaching this stuff to the right thing.
Stage 1, Pogo.
Okay. Hey, Denny. 49-month resub. Thank you. Oh, that's cool. Nice demo. Stage 1 POGO. I forget what the acronym for POGO means. It has something to do with fueling. Okay, now I know that that's attached to the right thing. And the docking port is attached to the master control node there. Let's just shut off interstage nodes and make sure. Okay.
Stage 2, RP1 load is complete.
Stage 2, RP1 load is complete. Your craft is a bit nose heavy. Yeah, it's fine. Hey, Druid. Thanks, man. Alright, maybe, you know, I'll leave the space. You must leave the space. I'll leave the space there for a reusable system. We have a lot of extra space. And then I'll add the ablator port in here. Because initially my second stage will be expendable. And if we have to redesign this a little ways, it should be okay. There. Alright, now get rid of all these. Save that. Alright, guys. I'll switch over to SpaceX coverage now. And I think that's a good baseline for the stage right there. That's good. It's looking really nice. I'm pretty dang happy with that. And then, you know, we can jump in here and just yeah, baby.
Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up.
What the heck does VSR3 mean? Cool. Shadowman gifted 2 subs. Thank you. Alright. That's a good start. I like it. It looks really nice. It's very clean. Very, very clean. Okay. So, that's going to do it for KSP. I hope you guys enjoyed learning about the holy Nikes. Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground. There's a couple of guys turning blue down here. We're breathing again. Keep on trucking. I'm trying, man. It gets tough. Over the past 2 years, man. It gets tough, but I'm trying. Thank you, Blue. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Alright. I will switch us over to SpaceX coverage now. We got another Starlink launch. Cool thing about this booster. This booster flew 20 days ago. This is booster number 1062 on this stage. It launched the Axiom 1 mission